I would like to see him in person. But
if you could give a message to Donald Trump, what would it be?
Please stop the damn war as fast as you can. We're looking at $5 a gallon gasoline this summer. That'd be my...
Would you want Donald Trump to win the Nobel Peace Prize?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
You think he deserves it?
Yes, I do.
Even after going to war with Iran?
Yes, even after the war, because they've been saying that they want terrorists, death to America, and many other presidents have always said Iran has been our greatest enemy, and he's doing something about that. So,
you think Donald Trump should win the Nobel Peace Prize? So, what is the opposite of peace?
Of course, war. Of course, yeah. Oh, I understand what you're saying, but how many other wars has he stopped that a lot of people from around the world have praised his efforts to bring peace to the world? So
he stopped some wars. He started some wars. The watch.
Well, not some wars.
I'm just asking the name. Is that name better? Who do you think's funnier, Jimmy Kimmel or J.D. Vance?
Oh, that's
JD's funnier than Jimmy Kimmel? What's your favorite J.D. Vance joke? What's your first name? I told a joke about Diet Mountain Dew one time. I remember. Got a couple chuckles. Can't remember it. It was kind of long. We'll play it right now.
It is the weirdest thing to me. Democrats say that it is racist to believe, well, they say it's racist to do anything. I had a Diet Mountain Dew yesterday and one today. I'm sure they're going to call that racist too, but it's good. I love you guys.
Is that a goal, to make liberals cry?
Yes. We're going to make liberals cry all night long. We're going to do, as a matter of fact, I think the Democratic Party as a party will disappear by 2028.
And then, why is that a goal of one political party to make liberals cry? Just because you're winning elections, you actually want to push it.
Well, no, we just want to make sure that we win elections, and yes, hurt their feelings.
I am now 72.
Right. Well, hey, you're 7 years younger than the President of the United States.
There you have it.
That's my line. There you have it, everybody. Hey, everyone, it's Jason. I wanted to thank you for watching this video. Like, subscribe, all that bullshit. But also, I wanted to let you know we have a store, goodbuyerstore.com. T-shirts, hats, sweatshirts, all sorts of great stuff. You'll be supporting us. You'll be looking good. It's kind of a win-win for all parties here. So thanks again for watching the video, and we'll see you next time. There you have it.
We start the day's other headlines in Tennessee. Lawmakers there passed a new congressional map that could help Republicans win all 9 congressional seats in this year's midterm elections.
Yes, some people like me are just destined.
Prior to the vote, protesters gathered outside the state's House and Senate chambers to voice their anger at the plan. The new map slices up Memphis, a majority-black city that makes up most of the state's lone Democratic stronghold. Tennessee's governor has now signed the bill, making it the first state to adopt a new map since a U.S. Supreme Court ruling last week that significantly weakened the landmark Voting Rights Act. In Colorado, the man accused of last year's firebomb attack at a pro-Israel rally was sentenced to life in prison today. Mohammed Sabri Soliman has pleaded not guilty to dozens of state charges, including first-degree murder. Authorities say he threw 2 Molotov cocktails during a demonstration in support of Israeli hostages in Gaza. At least 13 people were hurt, and an 82-year-old woman later died from her injuries. The Egyptian national still faces federal hate crime charges, to which he has pleaded not guilty. Health authorities on at least 4 continents are tracking over 24 passengers who left the cruise ship at the center of a hantavirus outbreak. The passengers from at least 12 different countries left the ship 2 weeks after the first passenger died on board. The vessel itself is now en route to Spain's Canary Islands, where officials are debating whether it will dock or anchor offshore. Officials at the World Health Organization said today that it's everyone's, quote, moral duty to care for those still on board and acknowledge the efforts of the crew.
Hello, everyone. Hi. Happy, what is it? The Tuesday? Happy Tuesday, everyone. Happy Tuesday. How's everyone doing out there? How's everyone? Everyone good? Everyone good out there? Yay. Yay. Hello, everyone. Hi. Happy Tuesday. Yay for Tuesdays. Yay for Tuesdays. So let me see who we have here. We have a jam-packed schedule for you today. A jam-packed schedule. Not really. I mean, it's like a regular schedule, but I'd like to make it sound special every day, you know? PR. So let's see who we got here. Who do we got here? Who do we have in here? All right. Who do we have in here? First of all, we have James Nordoff. Hello, James Nordoff. Hello, James Nordoff. So glad you're here. As always, James Nordoff. Very glad you're here. Would not be the same without you, James Nordoff, as always. Okay. Hello, James Nordoff. Hello, SoCal. Hello, SoCal. Also would not be the same without SoCal. I hope everything is going well for you, SoCal. I keep meaning to check in with you to see how you're doing. I know you've been going through some shit with the housing, etc. So glad you're here, SoCal, as always, even though you're kind of an asshole. I say that with love, of course, okay? Hello, SoCal. Body Swap. Hello, Body Swap. Body Swap, how have you been, Body Swap? I haven't talked to you for a while either. I know you've been in here. How are you, Body Swap? You've been background lurking, which is fine, but just how are you doing, Body Swap? Hello, Resident Union Thug. Hello, dear twin sister. How are you doing, dear twin sister? How do you watch from work? I'm guessing. Do you have it like on in the background, or like are you listening from the Union place? That'd be pretty cool. I'd feel honored for you to be listening from the Union. But so glad you're here, Resident Union Thug, as always. Of course. Hello. Who else we got here? We got Louise. Hello, Louise. Hello, Louise. So glad you're here, Louise. Got you, Resident Union Thug. So glad you're here, Louise. Fascinating stuff going on in the UK. Growing pressure on Keir Starmer to resign. Several of his ministers have resigned already. I guess sort of in protest that he's not resigning, or maybe I have to look into it. I'm not quite sure. I know that I just read that some of them have resigned, either in protest or because they've been told to resign. Regardless, we shall see where that goes. It's a very interesting thing. He's still saying he's not going to resign, but it looks like there's growing pressure too. Hello, Mayflower Kid. You have been doing some amazing stuff, by the way, over on the Discord. Everyone should join the Discord. If you click, it's linked at the top of the Twitch chat and at the bottom of the YouTube chat. Join the Discord, okay? Mayflower Kid has made this newsletter that is so goddamn funny and so interesting. And every day, maybe not every day, but she posts it very frequently. I think it's been every day so far, maybe not. Regardless, we posted an announcement. It's really cool. Mayflower Kid is also making a dictionary of jester court terms or casual revolt terms as a reference guide to anyone who needs to look up a word that I use or that is used in the community that we've already covered on stream. So you have access to that, which Mayflower Kid, I don't know if you know this, Mayflower Kid, but that's what teachers do. It's called, well, you provide vocabulary lists, especially for students whose English isn't their first language stuff. So that's a very good teaching method to actually have that list and add to it. So you may not have known that, but it's very useful, not only just for the community, but for education in general. So thank you for that, Mayflower Kid. Mayflower Kid is doing a lot of cool stuff. So please join the Discord. I hope you're doing well, Mayflower Kid, otherwise, okay? Yeah, so I hope you're doing well. That's why like teachers have like word boards. I don't know if anyone's ever had a teacher that had a vocab board that had words all over it and things like that you would need to know. Okay, anyway, so glad you're here, Mayflower Kid. All right, and please like the stream if you're over on YouTube. Ivana, hello, Ivana. How have you been, Ivana? How have you been, Ivana? Doing well, Ivana? You're original. So glad you're here, Ivana. I'm also kind of background, but you're an original regardless. I say, by the way, when I call people out for being background, it's only to let everyone else know that you are an established member of the community, even if you're not talking much, if that makes sense, okay? So people are like, who's that? And okay, anyway. Okay, hello, Demosthenes, also called Vaporous Orb 6. So glad you're here, Demosthenes. So glad you're here. A lot of weird stuff happening in Indiana, too, by the way. So how are you doing, Demosthenes? Hope everything's going well. Let me see here. Hello, Outer Signal. By the way, everyone check out Outer Signal's channel over on YouTube. It's called Outer Signal Media. Really good content creator. Outer Signal's quite talented, very bright, etc. Political economist over there. Knows a lot more about some things than I do, that's for sure. So please go check out Outer Signal stuff. Outer Signal, so glad you're here. Thank you. Outer Signal also made this screen, by the way. If you look here on my screen, Outer Signal made this. Okay, he made this thing. Isn't that pretty cool? Isn't that pretty cool? So that was made by Outer Signal. All right. So thank you, Outer Signal, for that, for contributing that to the community. All right. Hello, Lamira. I'm so glad you're here, Lamira. It's been a while since I've seen you, Lamira. So glad you're here. How are you doing, Lamira? Everything okay? Staying sane? I mean, as much as is possible, I guess, in this environment, right, Lamira? I'm so glad to see you here, Lamira. Okay, and we also have, who else? Did I miss anyone? Did I miss anyone? Sir Bart is here. Hello, Sir Bart. Speaking a language I don't understand. Hello, Sir Bart. So glad you're here. Sir Bart just said, God bless the United States of America. I think, what is that, Hindi? I don't know. I can't really tell. But yes, because Sir Bart, great patriot. So glad you're here, Sir Bart, as always. Okay, Alyssa. Hello, Alyssa. How are you doing, Alyssa? Druzilla's here. Hello, Druzilla. Sorry, guys, I'm speeding through it now. Hello, Druzilla. Hello, Matt Sai Guy. Okay, hello, LaCroix Bois. Hello, LaCroix Bois. Okay, how you doing, LaCroix Bois? We have Elevator Lady. Hello, Elevator Lady. Hello, Elevator Lady. God, there's so many messages today. Okay, I'm doing well. I got you, Lamira. I'm doing pretty good, Lamira. It's Tamil. I'm learning. Oh, that's cool, Sir Bart. Really, you're learning Tamil just for shits and giggles? That's kind of cool. All right, everyone ready? Everyone ready? Let's get started, guys. So we have a lot. Oh my God, LaCroix has reached a 60 stream streak. Well done, LaCroix. Dear God. Well done, LaCroix. That's crazy. Okay. Fantastic. I love that. All right. Is that so, Sir Bart? Well, I'm not surprised, Sir Bart. Sir Bart says that he might be learning Tamil for a woman. Interesting, Sir Bart. Interesting. Okay, Good luck with that, Sir Bart. Good luck. That sounded negative. As in, I don't know, like, what's the thing to say to someone that, like, as in, like, good for you, score, or I don't know what's the phrase. I don't know. What do straight people say? Whatever. Not that you're entirely straight, Sir Bart, but you know what I mean. Okay. So, congrats, Sir Bart. Good luck with that. All right. Okay. All right. So let's get on, guys. We have several things to do. Okay, just say, "Aw, since it's cute but futile." Oh my God, that's horrible. That's horrible, Elevator Lady. Okay, fair. Aw, Sir Bart, I'm very good luck with that. Okay, so see, it sounds. I'm not trying to be negative. I'm literally not trying to be negative. I'm just don't know what to say. Whatever. Okay, I'm slightly autistic. What can I say? All right. So can we continue? Let's go on here. I'm gonna show my I'm gonna show. We have some things to talk about. I wanted to start with. I'm gonna start with this. All right. Okay, I know I'm trying to learn whatever. I don't know. Okay, I hate you all. Okay, so this is we have something to talk about. I've even made a little agenda here so I can remember to cover everything because I'm a teacher. I also am used to making agendas. So the first thing, guys, is I wanted to ask you all. I made an announcement about this today. I've been writing down topics to cover for our educational streams, and I know a lot of you have recommended things that you want me to teach you about. So right now, tell me right now in the chat if there's something you want me to teach you about, and so I can write it down right now so I don't forget. And then you can also send me a private message over on Discord if you think of something later. All right. So how dare you, Mayflower Kid? Okay, I meet my friend with benefits. Hilarious. Okay. So what are some things that you guys want me to cover? I already wrote down the Russian Revolution, the Black Panthers, and the Levelers. Was there anything else you wanted me to write down here? Okay, teach us. How dare you, LaCroix? I already have that down, both Mayflower and LaCroix. I already have the Russian Revolution down. Okay. Was there anything else? Sir Bart, I thought there was something you wanted me to teach. Would you remind me of what it was real fast? And so, yeah, if there's anything anyone has told me that I haven't done yet because I've forgotten and I didn't write it down. That's right, the Taborites. Thank you. That's the one. Taborites, okay. The Khmer Rouge, thank you. I forgot about the Khmer Rouge. The Khmer Rouge is a good one. Khmer Rouge. All right. Did I miss anything else? Oh, that's okay, Adder. So you can just tell me later. So we'll stick with those for now. If anyone has any other suggestions, just let me know. Send me a message on the Discord. Okay. We charge $50 per requested class. I guess we could do that, Sir Bart. Sir Matt Saigai, but this is my form of resistance, I guess, is doing a teach out. So we about to be the most educated community on Twitch. Exactly. Okay. Is this things we haven't gone through? Yes, Druzilla. Is there anything you would like me to cover on stream that you want yourself or the community to learn about. Okay. Um, okay, we could do 50, but we're not going to do that. I'm not going to make you guys pay. The Vietnam War, excellent idea, Drizilla. I forgot about that. Vietnam War. Vietnam War. And guys, by the way, it doesn't just have to be history. It can be philosophy concepts within reason. I'm not going to do a presentation on Hegel because I don't want to, have a stroke. But like, if anything else, is there anything else? Unless Weird Amorphous Blob wants to do it, and that's fine. Anything else, or we can do anthropology things for now. If that's it, coal towns. Oh, well, good idea, Alyssa. Coal towns. Okay, coal towns. Good call. Jane Fonda. Okay, Drizilla, I'll indicate Jane Fonda especially. Vietnam War, Jane Fonda. Okay. All right. So I'll just make the list again, guys. If you please join our Discord if you haven't already. It's linked at the top of the Twitch chat and the bottom of the YouTube chat. And if you have any more suggestions, just send me a message there. Okay. I have a good list here. We'll cover some of these things. I have some of my own things I want to cover. It might take a while till we get to some of these things. Lamira, thank you so much for the contribution. Really. Lamira, you get to do yours we'll do yours the soonest, Lamira, since you donated with it. How about that? Okay, company towns, very disturbing and dystopian, very depressing, Lamira. Thank you for depressing the whole community, Lamira. No, I'm joking. Obviously, none of these topics are not depressing, but yes, fantastic. Company town. Those are coming back. Those are totally coming back. By the way, I swear, company towns are coming back. The Korean War, sure, Ivana, we'll do the Korean War also. All right. War. I know a lot about wars because I'm a violent POS. Anyway, so okay. All right. That's it. If that's it, we're good. Let's go on here. Okay. So these are some good topics. Again, if you have other ones to cover, you want me to cover, send me a message on Discord. Okay. So let's get on to some news items. Let's get on to some good news items. Yes, LaQuois. I haven't read that book. I have heard of it though, and I really ought to read it. Okay, 16 tons, that great companies. Hello, Paul Squall. Thank you so much for coming here. By the way, Paul Squall, thank you so much. I feel like most days you come in here, maybe not every day, you give me 100 bits. And I really appreciate that, Paul Squall. Really. Thank you. Okay. I know it's hard for a lefty like yourself to give it on a platform like this, but thank you so much, Paul Squall, for doing that for me. Okay. And for the community, etc. See how, guys, I try to make it about all of us, even though I'm the only one making money off of it. That's PR for you. But okay. Anyway, so let's go on. Hello, Cody. How are you doing, Cody? How are you doing, Cody? Bing bon, it is I, the cheeseburger puppy. Ding, bing bon. Hello, Cody. Hope you're doing well. All right, guys. Hello, Redmond Berry. So glad you're here. So let's talk about some news items, right? Yeah, he is, Outer Signal. Let's talk about some news items, shall we? Okay, excellent, Cody. Let's talk about some news items. So first of all, we do have some disastrous news out of the economic sector, which is basically the whole country, essentially. And I mean, this is not surprising, really, if you think about it. I mean, this really makes perfect sense and is very predictable. Okay, I don't know why my voice suddenly changed there. I guess I suddenly went through puberty. I don't know. But the point here is that this inflation there. Okay, the economy is not looking good. Inflation report just came out in the United States showing that inflation is spiking pretty severely. Okay, pretty severely. If you see here, inflation rate has jumped 3.8% in April, which is a lot. That's a massive bump for such a short amount of time. That's a lot. Okay, that is not good. And it will keep getting worse. It'll keep getting worse. One expert, by the way, so guys, tell me in the chat, as an educational thing, what are some problems with having increased inflation for consumers? Well, so if you all know, I'm sure most of you know what inflation is. It's one of those basic economic concepts, but why is increasing inflation bad? Okay. If nothing else changes, why is increasing inflation bad? Or if nothing else is, well, okay, how does it? There you go, Redmond Berry. Your paychecks will go less far because you'll still get being paid the same amount, but prices will rise. Okay. People get rowdy. There you go. Actually, kind of Mayflower Kid. Mayflower Kid says real barrels are needed for bread. Yeah. If you get hyperinflation, it can get so bad that you need lots of money for any small thing. Okay. Sir Bart, people get rowdy when no one can afford food and water, right? Okay. Ivana, Trump is threatening to stop the federal gas tax. Will help now, but that 25-cent increase somewhere in the future, absolutely, Ivana. Okay, absolutely. That's going to be an issue too. Paul Squaw, entirely different from the inflation kink community. Oh my God, Paul Squaw, you make me sick. Okay, yes. Okay, so this is bad. Okay, and it's just going to get worse as long as we continue. We continue this disastrous war of aggression against Iran, and this is affecting the whole. This is going to affect the whole planet. By the way, it already is. So I know I'm talking about America specifically, but this is going to affect everyone. And this, by the way, is the fastest rate of increase since May of 2023. So inflation has not risen this quickly for 2 years. And this was a massive spike. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'm trying to see here. I'm looking for anything where I can say, so this is actually a quote from the person who read the report. I'm looking for anything where I can say, here's some relief. And that's not very easy to do in this report, said Michael Reed, chief U.S. economist at RBC Capital Markets. Generally, inflation is moving in the wrong direction. So that's good, guys. No good news here. No good news, obviously. Yay. All right. So that's good. Yeah, hello, Mithril. How are you, Mithril? By the way, how are you, Lurking Snow Leopard? I didn't say hi to you either. Hope you both are doing well. Okay, if I missed anyone, forgive me. So that's good. Reverend Barry, you're way too interested in what in the nonsense being spewed there by by Paul Squaw and now by Ivana. Okay, Reverend Barry, get a room. Okay, anyway, so just kidding. All right, so yeah, the Elder Signal, there was a point where hyperinflation in Zimbabwe resulted in a loaf of bread rising from 2 million to 10 million Zimbabwean dollars in the same day. That is horrific. That is horrific. Yeah. So this is bad. Okay. Yeah, LaCroix, good thing all those people voted for Trump because of the economy, right, LaCroix? Yeah, great move on their part. So this doesn't look good, and it's going to get worse. And by the way, I think it's funny. I think that some mainstream people are really concerned about stock market with numbers looking like this because the New York Times had this as the headline news story this morning, and they had it as breaking news. And then about an hour later, they dropped it down to second place, and they got rid of the breaking headline. It's almost like they don't want it to be they don't want too much concern about it because this might cause other big problems in the economy if people start panicking. Anyway. Now, I'm not saying it's like it's a conspiracy. It might just be that the editors and stuff have invested on the stock market. Regardless, that is not good. Okay, not good at all. And it should be the absolute headline news. But oh well. Okay, yeah, so that's no good. Anyway, so meanwhile, the Pentagon announced, and this is, by the way, part of the reason for the inflation, is that the Pentagon announced that the cost of the war in Iran has already gone as high as $29 billion. $29 billion. And, so that's happening. We can't use that for anything else. Can't use that for anything else. And yes, 29 billion, Lamira. And I suspect, by the way, that it's higher than this. Because this would be something you'd want to keep hidden. You wouldn't want to talk too much about how much you're spending. It could give the other side some information about what you're producing and what you're using and things like that. So this is probably an underestimate. Okay, yeah, it's been 6 weeks, Lamira. Our military is way over expensive. That is one of the biggest weaknesses in the U.S. military is that it's so goddamn expensive. Yeah, because it's also very corrupt. Yeah, and we can't afford healthcare, and yet 29 billion so far for the war. Anyway, so Lurking Snow Leopard, I need a nap. My cat freaked me out very early this morning. He threw up and wobbled into the other room, flopping over. He's okay now, but I'm so sorry, Lurking Snow Leopard, really. I'm so sorry to hear that. Okay. Lamira, it absolutely is. The cost of the thing. So Lamira says this is probably a money laundering scheme. Well, it is. As a matter of fact, by the way, I suspect it might be an illegal money laundering scheme, but it also could just be completely legal illegal completely legal corruption because we buy so much equipment from defense contractors who jack up the prices of the things they sell us so they can make a massive profit. And the Pentagon is typically very, very lenient about how much these companies are allowed to charge us. So what would be less expensive in another country was much more expensive here so that the defense manufacturers can make a massive profit. Okay. No, I phrased that wrong, LaCroix. I meant that they're probably doing corruption in a legal way, not doing money laundering in a legal way. Okay, I phrased that badly. Okay, yeah. So yeah. Okay, Trump failed. Yeah. Okay. Demosthenes, $10,000 for hammer painted olive drab. Yeah. And you guys, by the way, you can imagine that a lot of people in the Trump administration are making shitloads of money off investing in defense contractors at this moment. Okay, because they know that they're gonna. Okay, so you guys get my point. Trump failed. Also, just got news this morning that California is running out of gas pretty quickly. Apparently, about 6 weeks left in their main reserves. Interesting, Trump failed. I have to look that up. I'm not surprised if that's the case. Okay, you're right, LaQual. Sometimes I misspeak. So, okay, toss it in the yeah. A lurking snow leopard. You know that is kind of partially literal, right? So lurking snow, when LaCroix says there's legal way to launder money, lurking snow leopard says toss it in the washing machine. That actually is partially literal, lurking snow leopard. Not exactly. It's both literal and not literal, okay? Because if you have a bunch of new money, you want to make it look like it's been used, okay? So that it's been used a lot and shit, and that it's not just being printed off or whatever. So you want to quickly wash it. You might want to wash it a few times in the washer to make it look used, so you don't attract suspicion. Regardless, that's not money laundering, but that is, I mean, that it could be part of money laundering anyway. Okay, so all right, noticing got less semis on the road, which is not good. Correct. Okay, correct. So there you go, guys. So that inflation rising, the costs are amazingly high. I don't even know what else to say about this. The war is going on, okay, and that's what we're gonna say about it today. Okay, no, LaCroix, I am not. No, I'm not. What do you mean? Okay, lies. Okay, I can teach you how to count. I guess that's counterfeiting, not necessarily laundering. Well, it could be laundering too. Yeah, well, exactly, Paul Squaw. I can steal from us perfectly legally. So let's go on to the next story. Okay, just know the war is ongoing, and we're losing. Thank God. And I should say God is great. What's the Arabic phrase? Inshallah, we're losing. Okay. And okay. And meanwhile, we're depleting our treasury and inflation spiking. But that's what happens if you're an evil empire and you have hubris like our government does. Okay. All right. So let's go on. Let's go on to the next story. Let us go on to the next story. Now then. There is a what did I see here? Oh, okay. So let's quickly talk about this. Thank you, Outer Signal. Okay. So this story I thought was interesting. We talked about Gaza, Israel and Palestine yesterday. And we have some news on this front. Okay. So the EU diplomats are agreeing to sanction Hamas leaders, so Hamas's leaders and Israeli settlers. Okay, it looks like the EU is going to be sanctioning Hamas leaders and Israeli settlers. Now, this is cute, I guess. I mean, I'd rather they not sanction the Hamas leaders, because who would want to sanction I don't know if I can say this on stream. Who would want? Someone say it for me. Who would want to sanction? What's another name for terrorists in a lot of situations? Anyway, but I will say that okay, in a just situation, what do we call a terrorist anyway? So you know what I mean? Okay, but what annoys but I'm all for sanctioning the Israeli settlers. I will say this though. There you go, Drizilla. Oh, you said it, Drizilla. Freedom fighters. Okay. I will say this, though, okay? This is such annoying milquetoast shit. In any other scenario, the EU would be sanctioning the government of the country that's enabling the settlements, right? I mean, think about it. They're just sanctioning the settlers. that are settling down in the West Bank, they should be sanctioning the entire Israeli government. But they had, and when I read the article, okay, hilarious, Matt Saigai. When you read the article, there are some, you're right, I should use the word resistance, not freedom fighter, okay? The resistance, okay, I guess, whatever, it doesn't matter. I stick by what I said, okay? Yeah, actually, that's a good point, Outer Signal. Let's call them invaders or colonizers, not settlers. Settlers sounds, that's actually a good point. Okay, so why the hell don't they just sanction the Israeli government? And apparently there are, in fact, some diplomats who want to sanction the Israeli government, but they couldn't agree. So they compromised and said, well, we'll just sanction the colonizers, the aggressive colonizers. Weak shit. Okay. Do we think that, okay, so Russia in Ukraine, by the way, has been literally kidnapping children from Ukraine and bringing them back to Russia. And typically it's done at the hands of Russian colonizers in the Donetsk region. But the EU isn't sanctioning those colonizers. They're sanctioning the Russian government. So why aren't we doing that in Israel? Why aren't they doing it in Israel? They should sanction the whole goddamn government. The government it's not just the colonizers. The government is sanctioning this shit and empowering it and allowing it. Okay, whatever. Okay, and why do we also need to put sanctions on the group that is extremely weak at the moment and is just putting up resistance to genocide? Okay, of course, Lamira, of course. Lamira says they won't sanction Israel for the same reason these cowards won't sanction the U.S. They don't want to deal with the backlash. So true, Lamira, and they should also sanction the U.S. Yeah, okay, but I'm just okay. So just a note there. I will say it is positive slightly that they're sanctioning some Israeli colonists, but like it's counteracted by the Hamas stuff and the fact that it's not the whole government. Okay, so that's just a little side note there. And on this same topic, by the way, on this same topic, I found a lovely article by The Intercept, which is a great publication. Okay, a great publication. All right. And they did they analyzed thousands of news articles and TV news segments from mainstream news sources, studying using a method that was kind of developed by Noam Chomsky. I know we don't have to like him, but it was a useful method. Him and Herman, what's his name? Herman, the people that wrote the book Manufacturing Consent kind of did the same thing. So they kind of copied it. So they analyzed The Intercept analyzed a bunch of pro-Israel of articles, and they looked for differences in how the media presented Palestine versus Israel. Okay. And there are about 7 different talking points that they looked at. Okay. So let me show you here some of these talking points. And they did empirical analysis. The first one is Israel's right to defend itself. That phrase, okay. And so, okay, on CNN and MSNBC, guest anchors and reporters mentioned the right to self-defense for Israel 94 times more than they did for Palestinians. And in print media, Israel was afforded this right over 100 times more frequently than Palestinians in Gaza. Here is a chart showing you this. The blue in each of these publications are references to the Israeli right to defend themselves. The green line, which is so small you can't even see it, are references to Palestine's right to defend themselves. Notice a difference here. They found a grand total of 4 instances of these news sources defending themselves to Palestine. And look at all for Israel, though, it's up in the hundreds for each one. Okay. And I'm going to share this here. I'll share this article with you here, Outer Signal. Because I think it's very, really interesting, and it proves the point about the media's bias. Look at this. CNN, 118 times they talked about the Israelis' right to defend themselves, and only once did they mention the Palestinians have a right to defend themselves. Most news sources did it 0 times, okay? And then if we go down to CNN and MSNBC, 755 times did they say Israel had a right to defend itself, and only 8 times did they ever mention Palestine having a right to defend themselves. Okay, so the bias is very obvious. Here is a compilation. If you guys didn't know, I don't know if you guys noticed, but there's a bias in the media. Okay, I don't know if you guys, I mean, obviously you knew that. I'm joking, but okay. Now I want to make sure you guys can actually hear this. How do I make sure you can hear it here? Oh, there we go. Okay, listen to this. This is just a compilation of a lot of those of some of those instances.
Right to defend itself.
Right to defend itself.
Right to defend themselves.
Right to defend itself.
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 Right to defend itself. Right to defend itself.
The right to defend itself.
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 Right to defend themselves.
Do I need to say more?
Right to defend itself.
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 Okay, you guys heard it all. You guys heard it all. Okay. To be clear, those were Democrats and Republicans. Those were those were liberals and those were conservatives. Those were UK commentators and American commentators, okay? Those were everywhere, okay? That was not a one-party thing, right? There's CNN doing it. You saw Fox News doing it. You saw, okay. So, and that's always Israel's right to defend itself. Let's go on to the next one. Human shields. The idea that Hamas is using Palestinians as human shields. News outlets frequently apply the term human shields to any instance where a guerrilla force operates near civilian infrastructure, a definition rejected by human rights groups but used by partisans to explain away civilian deaths. That didn't stop media outlets from invoking the term hundreds of times about civilians near Palestine, implicitly justifying their deaths, which is absolutely repulsive, and these people should all be fired and never have to work in media again. Okay. Yeah, right, Louise. And that's the point, Louise, right? Is that like they only talk about it in regards to Israel. They don't talk about it in regards to like Lebanon, Palestine, okay, or barely talk about it. All right. All right. So human shields. Let's look at these lists. Mentions of human shields in print media. The Israeli narratives, Israeli narratives. You can see here, the blue are the number of Israeli narratives and on this, and only 5 of all the print media sources, only Washington Post mentioned the Palestinian narrative on this, and only 5 times compared with 56 times. Okay, if we go down to TV news, none. Not a single mention on CNN or MSNBC on either of these points. Yeah, oh, Matt Saiga, you're right. Okay, you're totally right. They should be tried for it. By the way, guys, Matt Saiga is not exaggerating. In Rwanda, there was a media news station that was calling for genocide called RTLM Hutu Power Radio. They were convicted of crimes. Now, they were a bit more explicit. They were openly calling for it, but this is, this is pretty bad. So, okay. So anyway, you can see here massive bias, obviously. Okay. What about emotive words about killing civilians? Emotive words. So this is where you pair the killing of civilians with the word that is meant to create a negative emotion with the death of those civilians, right? So, for example, if you were to say that this attack was a massacre or was a slaughter or was a savage or barbaric, okay? If the combining of that word when talking about the death of civilians, okay? So emotive words. They found that if you notice on this list here, of all these news sources, there was not a single use, not one, where the word massacre or slaughter was used to describe what Israel had been doing in Palestine. It was always to describe what Palestinians were doing to Israelis. Okay, it was only used in that case. It was massacre and slaughter was only ever used to describe what Palestinians did to Israelis, not once used to describe what Israelis were doing to Palestinians. I mean, and I know we all here know that what the real slaughter, massacre, barbaric, and savage acts were, right? It was what Israel was doing in Palestine. Okay, yeah, Palestinians just die, and then but Israelis are murdered. Okay, do you see what I mean? So let me just show you here. If you want to be grossed out, by the way, Okay, I'm trying to stay calm. You guys know I'm getting very agitated. I can't help it. But okay. So this is one of the grossest compilations I've ever seen. If you guys go back in history, some of the words that were commonly used to defend colonialism in Africa, in Asia, in North America, and South America were words barbarian, barbaric, and savage. Okay. Savage was an especially highly used word that was used, used to describe African peoples. They're primitive, or the word primitive too, but primitive, they're savages. We need to enlighten them and spread the white man's graces upon them. Okay. Or like going to like India, the British government would use these kind of words like the barbaric practices of the Hindus, or you know what I mean? Like these words are like good old fashioned racist colonialism. Okay. Listen to this. Okay, just listen to this.
Savagery.
Savage. Savage. Savage.
Savage.
Savage.
Savagely.
Savages.
Savage.
Savage.
Savages.
Savage. Savages.
Savage.
Savage. Savage.
Savagely.
Savagely.
Savage.
All of those are in reference to Palestinians. Every last one, not a single one in reference to Israelis. And like, what are we living in the 19th century? Like what? I guess the word savage is coming back into fashion. It's just like, okay. Yeah, pretty gross, right? Yeah, very, guys, like it's like obvious colonizer language. Who doesn't see it? Who doesn't see it? All right. If I were to go, and this goes on, guys, if we look at the emotive words used on TV, you can see, again, vast majority used, yeah, literally elevator lady. It's like Pocahontas, right? That movie, savages, barely even human. Yeah, okay. Some things never change. History is a goddamn circle, as Sir Bart likes to say, okay? Anyway, so you can see it again on TV, same deal, okay? There were a few mentions in the opposite direction, but not often, okay? Not often. Here's another one, barbaric.
Barbarity.
Barbarity.
Barbarism.
I mean,
Barbaric.
Barbarians.
Barbarism.
Barbarism. Barbaric.
Barbaric.
Barbaric. Barbarity.
Barbaric.
Barbaric. Barbarically.
The barbaric.
Barbarity.
Barbaric.
So again, all right, good. All right. Okay, here's another thing. So the use of the phrase Hamas run, if anyone ever noticed, whenever they talk about the death numbers in Gaza, they typically preface it with the Hamas run health ministry. Because, even though, guys, it is well known that the Hamas health ministry has very accurate numbers. For the task that is set upon them, they have pretty accurate numbers. As a matter of fact, the Israeli government accepts the Hamas health ministry's numbers, death numbers, because they are so accurate. And yet, whenever mainstream media reports those numbers, which are known to be accurate, they always say the Hamas run, okay, Hamas run health ministry, to try and make it seem like they're not accurate or that they're somehow biased when we know that they're not, because even the Israeli government relies on them. So, okay, you notice here that over time, it was used more and more and more and more, mainly on CNN, less on MSNBC, okay? Here's another one. Okay, yeah, they're right, Matt Saigai. Okay, no, Fox Emblem, yes, but they're the most accurate numbers that are out there. That's the point, Fox Emblem, is that of all the numbers out there, the Hamas health industry have the most accurate numbers. Okay, so yeah, they're not fully counted right now, but they're still in the process of counting. And it typically is after a war has ended, they're the numbers that are, their numbers are the ones that are settled on. That almost always happens. Okay. So going on here, sympathetic victims, Gaza versus Ukraine. Now I found this one as, this is a brilliant work of social science. To be able to see this clear of a divide on an issue is almost, it's hard to get like perfect numbers that reflect racism or, okay, or whatever, but because social sciences aren't necessarily like experiments, but this is so good. Let me show you, okay? So if you look at how the child casualties of what's happening in Gaza and Ukraine are talked about, because Ukraine has also had children killed. Ukraine has had about 262 children killed by Russia, which is absolutely tragic. Of course, Gaza has, as far as we know, about 10,000 deaths of children. If you compare it, look here on the media and CNN and MSNBC. The child casualties of Ukraine's war were mentioned 4,223 times. And the number of times that children's deaths in Gaza was mentioned was about 600 less, despite it being multiple times, like thousands upon thousands more than Ukraine of children that died. It is Ukrainian children that are spoken about more in the media. Okay. Now, that is a cool study. I don't mean cool as in the results are cool, but does that not just make a massive point about who is viewed as human and who is not viewed as human, who is considered more valuable, what child is worth more than another child? Okay. So, okay. Hello, Jonas. How you doing, Jonas? There you go, Matt Seig. I thought racism was dead. Let's look at another stat here and by the way, guys, I am not diminishing the losses of Ukraine. There's been massive suffering there. I want to be clear. I have a Ukrainian flag on my wall. I would have a Palestinian flag, but I literally don't have one. I already had a Ukrainian flag, so I decided to put that up. But there has been about 8 deaths of journalists in Ukraine, as far as we know, about 8 deaths of journalists, and there's been about 77 deaths of journalists in Gaza, and they've been talked about almost an equal amount by the media. Okay, so those 8 deaths in Ukraine have been talked about just about as much as the 77 journalist deaths in Gaza. And by the way, these are the recorded deaths. There's probably more than this. All right. Especially in Gaza. But do we see the obvious numerical difference here? Okay, this is such a good study. They ought to give this to an academic and let them publish something on it because it's so good. Anyway, so okay. Also, war crime mentions. This is one of the grossest ones here. Okay, so the word genocide was on CNN was talked about 157 times in reference to Ukraine and only 5 times in reference to Gaza. Okay, MSNBC, similar numbers. Now, when it comes to war crimes, there was mentioned more, but like not by much. Okay, like it was. I'm sorry. The war crimes done in Ukraine are mentioned far more than the war crime in reference to Gaza. So, okay, like you can see it in the numbers, right? Next one here. Now, this is another heartbreaking one: anti-Semitism versus Islamophobia. I know, guys, I know I'm rubbing this in all your faces, but I think it's really important to see these numbers so that you all, guys, by the way, I posted in chat, if anyone ever argues with you and says, what do you mean? There's no bias. We have the numbers, okay? We have the numbers, okay? Oh, my God, all right? So, anti-Semitism. Headline. So, this is a study of headlines focused on anti-Semitism or Islamophobia across all these outlets. Look at the differences. The blue is anti-Semitism, the green is Islamophobia, and the red is both. So the vast majority of headlines are talking about anti-Semitism. Very few headlines ever mentioning Islamophobia, and even fewer mentioning both, because clearly you can't have principles that are equal across the board. And this is across all these written news sites. Okay. I mean, like the numbers are obvious, right? They can't deny the numbers here. We can't deny it. Here's another one. Headlines were 31 times more likely to focus exclusively on anti-Semitism than they were on Islamophobia, with 372 articles about anti-Semitism and only 12 about Islamophobia. On campus, the vast majority was about talking about anti-Semitism on campus. Very, very few talked about Islamophobia. and an equally small few talked about both. Okay, you guys get the point, right? Obviously. And this one, by the way, is very gross. All right, as they all are. So remember when there was that big discussion about Harvard and the president of Harvard, who was basically her name was Claudine Gay, and she was basically pushed out of office because it was claimed that she didn't do enough to stop anti-Semitism, even though she was just trying to preserve the free speech of the students on the campus who were protesting Palestine. This is a very gross comparison, okay? I mean, it's a good comparison, but the outcome is disgusting. So these media sources, New York Times, Washington Post, Associated Press, Politico, Axios, and USA Today, they mentioned her. For example, the New York Times talked about her 79 times and only talked about Hind Rajab twice. Hind Rajab was that little girl who was in that car that was shot up by Israeli forces, and she was murdered, okay, by Israeli troops who literally shot up her car that had her and her family in it and killed her, pumped her body full of bullets and put holes in her, okay? The media only talked about her. So New York Times only talked about her twice, but they talked about Claudine Gay 79 times. And the numbers don't look almost any better for any of the other people. I mean, any of the other news sources. So that little girl's life doesn't matter. Who cares, right? Who cares? Apparently, who cares, right? We care more about, okay. So, all right, we get that. And that's that, okay? That's that. So the last number here is just showing that, you know, overall, there were 95 articles about Claudine Gay and only 6 articles on, what's a, I'm sorry, God, I'm having a mind blank, Hind Rajab, okay? So, all right. This is what I mean when I say Americans are massively propagandized, you guys, okay? These are American news sources primarily. I'm pretty sure they're all American news sources. Yes, they all are. At the top, there was some UK ones, but these are almost all American news sources. And, you know, so yeah, of course, you can see why a lot of Americans might feel the way they do because the media is pumping it into them. And that's not to excuse Americans. I'm not doing that at all. But do you see how the media environment plays into this? Okay, like plays into it massively. And I will say there is an element of hope that can be derived from this because despite this, the majority of Americans no longer support what Israel's doing. And again, not a fan of the U.S.A. here, but that is a positive sign or that is a sort of a testament to Americans, not as Americans, as human beings who are human and who are like, you know, this ain't great. I'm not going to listen to what the media is saying because this is pretty awful. So there is hope in that regard. But this is still real gross, really gross. Okay. So I thought you guys would find that interesting. There's the story. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Piers Morgan kind of changed his perspective a little bit, didn't he? From the beginning. I mean, from what he had at the beginning. So I just thought you guys would find it interesting. There's the story there. And, okay. Meanwhile, so there's that story. And by the way, I thought this is cool. I thought you guys would appreciate me putting a big Palestine flag down there. I thought you guys would like that. Isn't that pretty? All right. Anyway, so since I don't have one on my back wall, and I was realizing yesterday, I'm like, I need to get a Palestinian flag for my wall back here, and I think I should do that. Hopefully to piss off some trolls. That'd be kind of fun. Okay. So, Le Croix, I've had a lot to do with the dissemination of decentralized media. TikTok was huge about letting Americans see what was actually, you're right, LaCroix. That's a very good point. Okay. And again, I would say that's still a good sign because that means Americans aren't reliant on what the mainstream media is saying, though I guess we already knew that. Okay. So Americans are able to know the truth and feel empathy, which is a sign that, you know, they can be pushed if only the media was more honest. Okay. Yeah. Elise Stefanik. Horrible. Jonas, Oda Hatalin was a producer for Oscar-winning was shot by West Bank settler. The settler was released a week later with vids showing him back in action. I'm going to not Fed post, Jonas. I'm going to not Fed post. I am not going to Fed post, okay? Yeah, it's a lunatic society. What can I say? Okay. All right. So, guys, I am going to, let's go on to the next thing, shall we? Before I have an aneurysm. Let's go on to the next thing. So, okay. On a side note, not on a side note, somewhat related to this. Yesterday, oh, I know. Yeah, oh, of course not, Sir Bart. Of course they won't. All right. To be clear, yesterday, Outer Signal reminded me about a group called Third Way, which is a centrist group of Democrats who is a centrist organization, not Democrats and centrist Republicans, who are uniting, forming this organization and uniting together to restabilize the country and to go back to moderation and to do radical centrism. If you think that sounds like a contradiction, it is, okay? There is, and it's getting a lot of funding from really wealthy and powerful people, and it's an effort to, you know, unite the country around the center and to compromise and to, you know, go back to the status quo and to stop having so much division between left and right. Okay. It's literally moronic, Lemira, and it is getting lots of money. And a lot of mainstream Democrats love it and they talk highly of it. And they're like, yes, I really support them. I support the Third Way movement. You know, that's what we need to do in this country. Go back to the center. Okay. And, you know, which basically means Democrats being more like Republicans and Republicans being maybe slightly more like Democrats, but not really, okay? So it's basically, let's just become more conservative as the Democrats, as always, and it's being massively funded. And I couldn't help myself. I'm like, is this a thing? Does anyone like this shit? Okay, yeah, LaCroix, Third Wayism. It's like, is this like, do they really think this? And I found one of the funniest videos I have ever seen in my life, okay? And I wanted, I had to share it with you guys because this is what they think badass centrism looks like. One of the big points of this movement is to try and make centrism cool. And they literally say that they want, look at the word down here they use, combative centrism. We need combative centrism. Let's go out there and be combative and centrist. Okay. So just watch this, just to show you though, they're not popular. They're not popular. As a matter of fact, this video that I'm going to show you only has 100 views and it's from 2 weeks ago. But just watch this and it makes me laugh. It makes me laugh. Watch how they try to make this video cool. And please laugh with me.
21st century moderates aren't tepid, timid throwbacks, but combative, democracy-defending, swing vote winning, big idea generating, get shit done centrists.
Third Way gathered more than 200 strategists.
What is this music?
Pollsters, influential leaders, and elected officials from the early primary and battleground states in South Carolina to chart Democrats' path back to power.
There is only one solution for Democrats to become a party that can win the middle anytime, anywhere.
The get shit done wing of the American electorate are moderates.
Just because a candidate's moderate doesn't mean they're boring.
If you believe as I do,
no, it does.
That winning is hard and that we need the types of candidates who can persuade and win over the middle. That type of candidate is cherished here in South Carolina.
It was the start of the fight to put a combative centrist on the Democratic ticket in 2028.
Today's moderates are pragmatic.
We need the tools to effectively be able to do.
Yeah, Elevate. By the way, these are such boring people. They're trying to make it like sound cool with this music, but like, come on, are you gonna like just be boring and all wear suits and like, you know, just sit there being like, we're gonna do moderation and send like this is the most boring video. No matter what they do, no matter how many spices you add to a pile of shit, it's still shit. Okay.
What you want done.
Ruthless pragmatism has been our North Star.
Moderate's not a dirty word in South Carolina. We work together to solve problems. We believe in pragmatic solutions.
Today's moderates are patriotic.
When we poll Americans on what being American means to them, the word that comes out most often is freedom.
It's a promise.
Hilarious. That doesn't mean anything. That's meaningless. Dolly Boy. Hello, Dolly Boy. How are you doing? Yeah, polishing a turd. That's for sure. Paul Squaw, why would I vote for diet fascism when I can have full sugar fat? No, exactly, Paul Squaw. Exactly, okay?
That where we're from is part of where we're going.
2028, the winning candidate will be the one that convinces Americans that American power can be used carefully, strategically, and in our self-interest.
Oh my God, so inspiring, guys.
Today's moderates are pugnacious.
What's wrong with having a...
Don't worry, guys. I don't know, Lamira, I don't know what that green screen was, but I love that. You know, hey, guys, as long as he says that today's moderates are pugnacious. Pugnacious. Oh, great. Right, Paul Squaw, I'm going to die in a camp. It's great. So excited, right, Paul Squaw? Yay. I'm so excited. They're going to be pugnaciously fighting for me to get onto the train first, right? Okay, yeah, by the way, why would you even use the word pugnacious, right? Like, that is such an elitist, like... Anyway, okay. Yeah, Drusilla, these people always have sex with the lights off and only in missionary. Totally, Drusilla, okay? How's that plague-ridden centrism going for Starmer? Exactly, Mithril. This video is like also like Starmer in a box. Like, he's so boring and like, it's like, come on, are you awake or asleep? Okay, anyway.
Debate. We want to see somebody who's strong, who's willing to step into that room and...
We want to see someone who's strong and willing to step into that room with this music in the background. Okay.
Say, I don't agree with you.
I was pushing back with some activists because they said, we don't need all this technology. And I said, well, not only should we protect folks' civil liberties, but I got to keep the streets safe.
When you say no to these organizations...
Oh my God, did you hear that? That subtle hint to a police state? He's like, well, no, we need to protect civil liberties, but we also need to keep the streets safe. As in, we better make sure the goddamn cops, there's lots of them out there, and that they're cracking down, okay? I love that little subtle nod to a fascist police state there, right? That was cute. Okay, that was cute. You know, yeah, we need civil liberties, but we also need to be safe, okay? Yeah, we all know what that means.
You establish a firm boundary. You let them know that they can't just pull you around any kind of way.
The conversation started in this room will shape the race for 2028.
This is, by the way, remember how I talked about Edward Bernays and his idea? It is, Jonas, that's the Democrats for you. They do tokenism, where they will have a person of color say something that is against the interests of that person, and then against that class of people, and then that they think that makes it look like they're doing the right thing and the good thing just because the person is black who's saying it. Regardless, this I don't know if you remember, we talked about Edward Bernays and how one of his big ideas of propaganda was that you need to create news articles and you need to create news. This video is almost like a news article, right? And how it's showing. It's like they're going to be in the next election. It's trying to make it look like a news story when it's just propaganda. Okay, yeah, see, our black guy wants a police state. Exactly. It's gross. Vaporous Orb, hey guys, our plan is to shove everything back into Pandora's box. Exactly. Look, it says here, and like, this is so misleading. This is from Politics and Poll Tracker. Third Way, an influential center-right group, is bringing together hundreds of elected officials, party leaders, and operatives to Charleston, South Carolina over the weekend to build a case for nominating a middle-of-the-road Democrat, not a liberal, okay, great, for president in 2028. And they make it sound like this is supposed to be positive, but it's just stating a fact. That's what they're doing. I don't get it.
If we prevail in 26 and 28, when we prevail, it will be because each of you and all of us together fought for what we know is right and made.
That's the point, Sir Bart. Sir Bart says, how is middle of the road not different from liberal? It isn't. But for these folks, remember, they're actually conservatives. So to them, liberal is bad. Okay, they're bad because they're Democrats, but they're conservatives. And the word liberal is so misused in this country, they may not even know what it means. They probably think a liberal is like a socialist. I don't know. Yeah, I know, Jonas. And people were voting for him, but then the Democratic Party sniped him. Yeah.
Winning the middle again, our vital and urgent cause.
So that's what we have to look forward to, and we can't wait for that. Yay. So those are the folks. All right. And guys, I don't know if they're going to have much influence. There is an entire article on the New York Times about combative centrism, about how the third way, the moderate Democratic advocacy organization and think tank, has an expansive and expensive plan to shape the 2028 presidential campaign. So they're already plotting with massive donors to try and influence the primaries to get a centrist candidate in for the Democrats. We're so cooked, folks. We're so cooked. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay. Hello, Barbara. Hello, Barbara. I don't blame you, Gwen. I don't blame you. I've already done that. Okay. I've already done that. Well, actually, I will change my party affiliation sometimes in order to depend to tactically vote. But yeah, I know, Alyssa. It's just horrible. And like, okay. Lacroix, President J.D. Vance. Oh my God, help us. Okay. So I'm like, yeah, no, you're right, Alyssa. Might as well be MAGA. What do I say, guys? If you stand in the center, the fascists will walk all over you. These people are enabling fascism. Okay, they're enabling fascism. That is exactly what they're doing. So it's not like, I know they're cute and kind of like silly and morons, but they're also very dangerous. Okay. I know, Sir Bart. So anyway, you know what? I don't want to read the rest of this. You guys get the idea. I will post this article. It goes into detail about this third way movement and how it's trying to influence the upcoming elections. So I've just posted it there if you want to. I know it does, Lemire. It makes you feel hopeless. I already was kind of hopeless about American, not completely. I don't want to say that. We have to have revolutionary optimism, but yeah, the system is very rigged against us, okay? We might need to wait for people to become more radicalized, which means many more people are going to have to suffer a lot more before people wake up and try to take action to change this shit, okay? Unfortunately. Okay. Yes, Jonas, I will post it again. Let's see here. I think here it is. Okay, I'll pin. Here's the first article if you guys want to see that again. There you guys go. All right. So there's our stories for today, guys. There are some other news stories. I'm gonna actually, let's quickly watch about
and British Prime Minister.
This is about Keir Starmer. This is short, and then we'll go on to the lesson, okay? Dolly Boy, what'd you do, Dolly Boy? Oh yeah, Dolly Boy is on a 155 stream streak. Dear God, Dolly Boy. By the way, Dolly Boy, how are you doing today? You doing okay? So guys, Druzilla, CR, I heard a lefty streamer that said he felt Bernie was bad at cooperating and thought he might be authoritarian. What? That is such bullshit, Druzilla. That is not okay. So Druzilla, I'm not saying that you are bullshit, but for him to say that that streamer is not a lefty, that streamer is a liberal. Okay. I can guarantee you that streamer is not a lefty. They're either a liberal or a weak progressive, because to say that Bernie was bad at cooperating and he might be authoritarian, which is the reason why you vote for Hillary, is not a lefty thing to say at all. Okay. Yeah, I don't. So Giselle, you don't have to tell me, but who was it? I'm just curious. That is crazy, Giselle. Okay. That is absolutely crazy. The authoritarian ones are the Democratic Party. All right. Who literally, fought back against democracy to try and snipe his chances. Okay. All right. So yeah, Lamira. Okay. So Dolly Boy, doing Met, to be honest, had work. So I'm just at home and just want to chill. That no problem, Dolly Boy. Okay. No problem. All right. So let's just watch this clip, guys. There's the UK. Keir Starmer is further being pressured to resign from his post after devastating election losses to local council elections all across the UK. So let's just see what's happening there. As of today, he's saying he's not going to resign. Hello, Winston Sayer. What'd you say? What'd you say? I'm still bitter about the snub. Oh, you mean the Democratic Party snub? By the way, welcome back, Winston Sayer. Yes, I agree.
Starmer is facing growing political pressure to resign. The prime minister is holding high-stakes meetings with his cabinet as nearly 20% of his own party is calling for him to step down. Now Starmer's making it clear he doesn't plan to go anywhere. Yeah, ABC News chief foreign correspondent Ian Panels in London breaking it up.
Oh, that's sad, Drizella. That's weird. It's funny that that's unfortunate political punk would say that. He has a lot of good takes on things. That's really unfortunate. Also, I do think it's Drusilla funny that someone would think Bernie is authoritarian, but not think Hillary Clinton was authoritarian. Like, what the fuck? She has blood on her hands. Okay, anyway. So let's watch this.
All down.
Yeah, hi Diane. It's keep calm and carry on. That's the message from British Prime Minister.
Yeah, Drusilla. I mean, I've liked a lot of his stuff too. That's why it kind of makes me sad to hear that he said that. Maybe it was just a moment of a lapse of judgment. Who knows?
Sir Keir Starmer, we're here outside number 10 Downing Street, that famous address in London where the Prime Minister resides. He's been under increasing pressure after disastrous local election results last week, in which Labour saw its share of the vote plummet and its number of seats in councils across the country absolutely nosedive. There had been a number of MPs within his own party who've essentially said that they think that the Prime Minister should go.
I heard that something like 20% of the MPs want him to resign.
But the system within Labour Party politics is that a vote of confidence does not remove a Labour Prime Minister. It essentially has to be someone challenging him in a leadership contest. Now, there are a number of potential candidates who've been mentioned, for example, Wes Streeting.
I don't know much about Wes Streeting. 1 second. I'm just going to look him up real fast, guys. Wes Streeting. What are his political leanings? Wes Streeting. Oops. How is he, I'm guessing he's just like a liberal. He's a pig. Oh, great. Okay. He's a turf. Ew. Okay. Gross. What a gross pig. Okay. Fucking garbage. Okay. Let's see what else.
Is one of them, another centre-right candidate. But I think the feeling amongst many people is he may not necessarily offer a real alternative to Keir Starmer.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like it.
Who's been under pressure.
That's true, Sir Bert. At least you can eat pigs and they taste good.
Partly over his style, partly over vacillating policies, and also because, you know, he made this keynote speech just in the last 24 hours.
Is that true? Is he gay? Oh, my God. Okay. Guys, I would like to disavow any association between the LGBTQ community and Streeting. You all can have him, okay? The straights can have him. I am donating him to you, okay? He is no longer gay. He is no longer a member of the... Come on, LGBTQers out there, back me up on this. We officially donate him to you, okay? All right, Jonas, thank you for the 200 bits. Dolly Boy cult is a brotherhood against complacent charlatans and elites. Join now for free haggis. I'm sorry, I just gagged a little bit and almost vomited. Sure. Have fun eating your haggis over there in the Dolly Boy cult. Okay. The straights don't want him either. Sorry, Lemira. Sorry. You're homophobic, Lemira. Okay. Anyone who says that any straights that say they don't want streeting are automatically homophobic. You're trying to oppress me. Okay. Whatever. Okay, let's see what else.
Which was really seen as some kind of test as to whether or not he could shift his position and turn this kind of increasingly disastrous journey of this oil tanker around. He doesn't seem to have done that. Many people are saying the policies that he talked about are policies that were already out there. There's been questions about his tone, vacillating on public policy, breaking election.
Now, wait a minute. Do you think they're going to mention the Gaza stuff? I bet they won't.
It was worth remembering that he did also win this landslide election just a couple of years ago, and I think people still feel that he needs to be given.
We'll take streeting, but in return we trade you Andrew Tate. Honestly, that might be an okay trade. I bet Andrew Tate would be a bottom, and we could make him pretty submissive pretty quickly. And then he might be kind of suppressed in some of the stuff he does. You know what, gays, fellow LGBTQers out there, do we accept Andrew Tate? I feel like we could change him. Not like as in we think he's attractive or anything, but like we could totally, you know what, I'm talking too much. Let's continue.
More time to try and prove himself.
Anyway.
But I think the clock is very much ticking. He's going to have to change not just the style, but I think the substance of his tenure as Prime Minister here in Britain. And it remains to be seen whether or not that happens. If someone challenges him, then it's entirely possible that we could have a...
Yeah, do you hear that he didn't mention Gaza? He didn't mention the... yeah, we can convert him. I know I shouldn't say that. You guys, we shouldn't joke about converting people. There's like talk about that not being a good thing to do, but I don't care. It's Andrew Tate. Okay, fine, Lacroix, fine.
Having a very different conversation. So Keir Starmer will be under pressure. He's indicated that possibly he would stand as a potential candidate anyway. But it's worth remembering that Britain has had 6 prime ministers.
Honestly, I was going to make a joke about bi people. I shouldn't anymore. But Lacroix, I think you only get half a vote, okay, technically. Just kidding, just kidding, just kidding.
In the last 10 years, 5 prime ministers, if you include their entire tenure, including Sir Keir Starmer. We used to joke in this country about other European countries and their policies. Well, now it looks like it's Britain that is the unstable, sick man of Europe. Diane?
Ian, panel, thank you.
So, yeah. So Keir Starmer's facing a lot of pressure. For the UKers out there, do we think he's going to end up resigning? Or is it really unclear right now? I couldn't tell because he seems like he's holding on. He's holding on. Hello, level 269 MB. So glad you're here. Okay. You're right. What do you guys think? I'm just curious. Okay, he will be pushed out. Good, good, good. Okay, let's just hope someone replaces him. Because guys, what tends to happen in these situations is that the mainstream party will go to the right, not the left, because when given the option, the established power will make them will say, well, if people are unhappy where he is now, the only option is to make his policies more right wing because they don't want to make them more left wing. So we'll see what happens. It could go the opposite way, but historically the trend would be that it goes right wing, but we'll see. Okay. All right. Got you, Mithril. So he's kind of like a king, Mithril. He thinks this is divine right. I believe that. He'll hang on until the position becomes untenable. He thinks being PM is his right. Yeah. Okay. I believe that. Winston Sayer, path of least resistance. Exactly, Winston. And the path that doesn't diminish anyone's power or the power of, whatever. Okay. The power of the capitalist. Okay. So Jonas, do bi black people get 3/5 of a vote? No, stop it. Okay. God, I should stop making jokes about bi people. Okay. I'm such an asshole. Okay. That's okay, Gwen. You disagree with Mithril. That's fair. I don't know enough. So it's a 50-50 thing for me. Okay. Wouldn't be surprised if all of a sudden England joins America in its war against Iran. Me neither, Sir Bart. Me neither. I would not be surprised about that either. Okay. We shift to left. We had the Tories for so long and we still shift to the left. Yes. What do you mean, Jonas? I'm sorry. We had Tories for so long and we still shift to the, you mean to the right? Okay. I got you, Jonas. Yes. Okay. Matt Saigai. He for sure doesn't want to leave the seat. Got you. Okay. I am not, okay. How dare you, Trump failed? Okay. All right. I love buys. I'm sorry. I'm an asshole. Okay. Anyway, so all right. Let's go on. So those are the news stories for the day, guys. Those are the news stories. Now we have some other things to talk about. Okay, we have some other things to talk about. We're going to do an educational segment. Don't you leave. Don't you leave. I know all of you are going to leave. Okay, don't you dare leave. Okay, I know Elevator Lady will stay because Elevator Lady likes the educational segments. The rest of you, I know how you are, okay? Fix your flag. I'll keep posting this triangle. What do you mean fix it? What do you mean fix the flag? What about the flag? What's wrong with my flag? Okay, the Palestinian flag, how it doesn't have like a triangle, whatever. It's the colors that matter. It's the colors that matter, okay? I'm a nerd. Give me good. All right. It's oh, really? Oh, wait a minute. It doesn't not have a triangle? What do you mean? Oh my God, I'm an idiot. Okay, you know what? We need to I put it on there really quickly, so I didn't even really check. Gaza flag. Or I'm sorry, Palestinian flag. That's what I get for being a fool. Okay, there it is. All right, I need the one with the triangle here. Yeah. Whatever, we'll do this one, copy image, and we'll paste that on there, okay? I didn't notice that this one didn't have a triangle on it. Boop. All right, paste, doink, yay. All right, there we go. There you go. Just kidding, I love it. So let's go on, okay? Let's go on here. What'd you just say in Tamil, Sir Bart? What'd you just say in Tamil? Okay, are you praising the Tamil Tigers or something? What is this? Okay, okay, let's see here. All right, guys, let's go on. Let's get on to the thank you, Body Swap. Body Swap always is very respectful. I appreciate you, Body Swap. So let's go on, guys. We're going to talk today about I did a presentation a while ago on Michel Foucault. Michel Foucault, okay? And I'm not a huge fan of Michel Foucault, but I do like some of his points that he makes about the criminal justice system, about discipline and punishment are super interesting. So I'm going to talk today about a few different thinkers and some of their thoughts, and it's going to be interesting, I promise you, okay? Because the name of this presentation is Democratic Unfreedom, okay? Democratic Unfreedom. And I'm going to be explaining how in many ways democracies are, we have this idea that democracy means freedom. In reality, a lot of the time, excuse me, it is, Jonas. A lot of times in democracy, there is not freedom, but it is, I mean, you don't have freedom, but it's not direct. Okay, I'm sorry. And a lot of times in a democracy, you don't have freedom, but it is done in an indirect way. Your freedom is taken from you in an indirect way. And so you're controlled and you don't have freedom, but you think you have freedom. Versus in like an authoritarian society where a lot of times it's much more direct, like you get thrown into, you get directly oppressed or killed or whatever. And under democracies, a lot of times the control is more indirect. So this term, democratic unfreedom, was coined by Herbert Marcuse to describe how we don't really have free democracies. Aren't really free. It's just they're democratic in form, but they're unfree societies. And so let me explain. Okay, let me explain. And this is kind of going to be woven. You're going to hear several points I'm going to make about this. So how is it that societies are controlled and suppressed in democracies? How is freedom controlled? Okay, so let me explain. So let's first talk about this. This is a very famous book called Discipline and Punishment, done by Michel Foucault, who was a postmodernist. I am not a fan of postmodernism. There are a few good things you can get from it. I will point out the flaws, but this was one of Foucault's best works, and he definitely is on to something to some extent, okay? And so I want to talk about it, and hopefully it'll give you guys some insight on how our justice system works, and it give you a different perspective on it, okay? All right. Are you a fan of being disciplined and punished? Oh, it depends, LaCroix. It depends. Okay, anyway, so let's talk. And just a little bit of a content warning here. I'm going to tell you something very, very gross, okay? Very, very gross, okay? And, I always tell you traumatizing things, but I'm going to try and traumatize you in this case for a reason, okay? So I'm going to describe you an event that took place in 1757. There was a man named Damien who was convicted of trying to assassinate a king of France, okay? And I think he probably succeeded. I can't quite remember. I think he did succeed. And he was caught and he was punished. And at this time, guys, punishment was done. He didn't succeed. Got you, Sir Bart. Okay. At this time, punishment was done publicly. So if the state felt you had done something worthy of punishment, okay, they would literally publicly punish you, often with torture in a horrific manner. Okay, so at this event, right, first Damien had what are called boots put on him, which is a torture device where you get these metal sheaths of metal put around your legs, and then somehow a wedge is applied to slowly crush your legs under the weight, okay? So first he was put in boots. After they had finished with that, they literally took red-hot pincers and peeled off his skin. I'm not trying to gross you all out. I mean, I kind of am, okay? Red-hot pincers and peeled off his skin, okay? And then after they had done that, they took liquid hot lead, wax, and oil and poured it all over his wounds. All done publicly. Followed by emasculating him by removing his genitalia. Okay. Followed by removing his genitalia with a blade. And then his limbs were tied to horses. The horses were made to go in 4 different directions. Unfortunately, for some reason, the guy was built different and he hadn't died yet. And the horses were unable to remove his limbs, so they had to end up cutting the tendons so that the arms and legs would fall off. I know, now guys, I know this is gross. I'm telling you on purpose because think about the spectacle of this, okay? I know, okay? Yeah, he was alive as far as we know. This was in France. As far as we know, guys, he was alive during most of this. There are different accounts about when he died. One was that he died after his limbs were removed. Another one was that he only died when they started burning him alive, okay? So he was drawn by those horses, and then finally, with only his torso left, they burned it at the stake, okay? And that apparently is when he died. Now, this is not uncommon at this time period, okay? During this era of time, oftentimes executions were brutal, public, and they were awful, okay? As I know that was gross, and but I want you to see, like, that is horrific, okay? And done publicly in front of the public. And what I want you to compare that to modern day, all right? To modern day. So now this is an oversimplification, and don't but me, because it's not my fault, it's Foucault's fault. But let's compare that kind of punishment to this kind of punishment today. All right? This is a prison schedule. So this was a prison schedule for someone who was convicted of trying to assassinate some politician. I honestly can't remember who it was in the United States, okay? And their prison schedule, okay? This is what the punishment looks like now. You wake up at a certain time. You have your morning exercises, leisure time, telephone calls, breakfast, roll call, escorting the prisoners. It is the punishment these days is massively structuring your life, monitoring you, making you do labor, and making it so that you cannot interact with the rest of society. This is the opposite of public. This is done privately, right? This is done privately. The public does not witness it, okay? And it's massively structuring your life, okay? Okay, so Foucault noticed this. Foucault noticed how is it that punishment went from being like that to being like this? And the standard narrative is that, you know, we have this idea that things in the past were worse than things in the present, okay? And Foucault did not like that idea. He was a postmodernist. He believed that all things are systems of power, and they're all oppressive in their own ways, and you can't really say one is morally better or worse than the other. So he started talking about how we should not look at this as one is worse than the other. They're different kinds of oppression, and in some ways, the modern one is a bit worse, okay? And in other ways not, okay? They are both products of a power system, and forms of punishment reinforce power systems. So let me explain, okay? Let me explain what he means by that. So back in the olden days, and by the way, I'm sorry, I forgot to mention this. He said that the difference between these two forms of punishment are substitution of objects. The only difference is what is being targeted with punishment. Way back when, governments would target the human body, okay? So you would be physically tortured. It would be visible and public. The object of the punishment was your physical body. And it would be done publicly, and they would kind of leave your soul to God to deal with, okay? And then in modern day, they transferred the punishment to your mind, okay? To your mind and / your soul. So this sounds strange, and I'm going to explain, okay? So back in the day when they did torture and stuff, this can be viewed as reinforcing power structures at the time, because public torture allowed kings and nobles to regain lost authority and strength. So if someone tried to assassinate a king, that diminishes their authority and their influence. It makes them seem weak because they're supposed to be above this, okay? And they, by the way, if they get killed by a commoner, it's definitely makes them seem weak. It's like, oh, we can kill, they're human, we can kill them, okay? So public torture allows the state and the ruler to regain the public's belief in their strength and authority, all right? Not only that, public punishment purposefully highlights the asymmetry between the ruler and the ruled. So, yeah, because the ruler can really use asymmetric power. They can do all these terrible torture methods that are completely unnecessary just to display their power and show that you are all peons next to them and they can do horrific things to you because they have an asymmetric amount of power. All right. So, Dolly Boy, exactly what happened to William Wallace. That was the English crown asserting its asymmetrical power after they had felt humiliated from multiple defeats at the hands of William Wallace. Okay. So, doing that was a reflection of a power structure, and it was an attempt to reinforce that power structure. Not only that, the ideological structure at the time supported this because it was kind of a contradiction. This form of torture also was viewed as merciful according to Christian religion. You know why? Because the idea here is that if you torture the body before death, that then you're like Jesus, and that will increase the likelihood you'll go to heaven because at least you've been purged of your sin before you die. So you're more likely to go to heaven. Okay, Louise, bye-bye, Louise. Exactly. Yes, Jonas. Okay. So in a weird way, and that also supports the state, right? It shows that the state has kind of the power of God to forgive and things like that. Okay. And so it's both a way of asserting power and it makes you look merciful at the same time. It really makes you look good in like every way imaginable. It makes people afraid. It also reinforces power structures and makes you look merciful. So it's like everything about a power structure all rolled up into one, displayed in a public death like that. Okay. By the way, something that I want to add here is that it also highlights the powerlessness of your friends and family and the people of their class because, you know, the friends and the family of the person getting executed are being watching. And the people of the city, the town, the country are watching, and there's nothing they can do because they are powerless next to the power of the sovereign, the ruler, the nobility. Okay, so it is a display of power and it reinforces power, this kind of punishment. All right. So do we understand that? So like in like a kingdom or like a monarchy, this is made to reinforce power structures. Okay. Now then, if you move on to modern day, the objects change. Okay. The objects change. And what is being targeted by authority changes. So we tend to think, as I said, that we have become more humane over time when it comes to punishments. And this is all Foucault. Okay. Yeah, Winston, right? Okay. But Foucault would argue that that's not true. I just realized there's two I's in this. Foucault would argue that that's not true, as I mentioned. So modern day, Foucault noticed that democratic criminal justice systems and courts focus more on the psyches, motives, mental health, and trauma of people who have done crimes. Okay. And the idea here is that in a democratic society, in a democratic capitalist society, power has more interest not in harming us because we're needed to be workers, right? We're living in a capitalist democracy. If we harm bodies too much, you can't use us as labor anymore, okay? You can't use us as labor anymore. And the state, that also weakens the power of private entities who have workers. And if the state is over punishing private entities' workers, that's going to make it hard for the private entities to work out, okay? Hello, parkours. So we have now moved from being focused on punishing the body to punishing the mind, all right? Punishing the mind. Not only that, because of a democratic political system, politicians don't want to be viewed as cruel because they don't want people to associate them with cruelty because they want to be voted for. So we also do the punishment privately, right? It's done within prisons instead of publicly. Okay, so so instead of doing punishment, it is not that we focus on rehabilitation today. That tends to be a view that a lot of people have, is that modern prison systems are focused on rehabilitation. Foucault said no. Old systems of punishment were focused on punishment. Modern systems of punishment are focused on discipline, making you conform, making you ensuring that you're continuing to conform to the power structures of society. So if you are forced to go into a prison, do the same routine every single day, do exactly what the authority figures tell you. Those authority figures can violate you however they want, and they'll get away with it because no one is watching, okay? Not only that, they're constantly watching you. And to reinforce this idea that a prison system, modern-day prison systems focus on basically turning you into a robot that is disciplined and obedient to power structures after you've been seen to not be obedient to power structures. One of the earliest kinds of prisons was something called a panopticon, invented by, where did I put it here? Oh, here it is. Okay, the panopticon, which was invented by a guy named Jeremy Bentham. And this is what it looks like. So it had, and there were a lot of panopticons. In the center of the prison was a tower where the guards would be. And then all of the prisoner cells were lined up around the edges of the prison. And the prisoners could not see into the tower, but the tower could see into the prisons. And you could not be sure at any given point if you were being watched by the prison guards. Okay? Do you see what I mean? You cannot tell if you're being watched by the prison guards. So what does that make you do? It makes you always conscious that you could be being watched at any given point, which makes you behave more. And the purpose of the panopticon was to make people worried about being disciplined and about being watched by the state. It made you internalize the idea of you better behave because you're being watched at all times. That's also what prison does. It makes you feel, yes, elevator lady, it makes you feel self-imposed obedience. Prison trains you to be obedient and to accept power systems unquestioningly internally so that you don't have to be publicly punished. You just do it to yourself individually. You become institutionalized. You become dependent upon authority figures, and you become afraid that they're watching you. So it massively takes away your freedom. Even when you're out of prison, you feel this way. You start feeling that you're always watched. You start feeling that, you're being controlled. Do you see what I'm saying? Okay. So our modern prison system is more about enforcing discipline than it is about punishing, but it's not really about, we use the word rehabilitation, but what does the word rehabilitation mean? It means making someone obedient to society again, making them obedient to power structures and laws and things like that, okay? It's about training you like a dog to be obedient in society, okay? To be obedient to the powerful. They also, what else do they do in prisons, guys? They do things like work programs. To get you ready to work again, okay? They do education to make sure you're trained up to go back into the workforce. Thelonious Dunk looks like a photo of my freshman dorm in college. Hilarious, Thelonious Dunk. All right? It is about control, power, and discipline. All right? Strict time schedules. That is exactly true. Strict time schedules. You're right, Laquan. Guys, I know a lot of you are critiquing this. I understand. I'm going to tell you my critiques of this. I'm telling you what Foucault said. One of the problems with Foucault is that he was very he was overgeneralized, okay? And there are lots of exceptions to this. Like, for example, guys, we still do public executions in the United States, right? To some extent. But like, it's like, you see what I mean? All right. So not only that, we do really bad. Our attempts at doing, I guess, discipline is really bad in are really bad in our prisons anyway, right? Which might be a sign that our society is horrific. Okay. So anyway, so that is his point about the panopticon. Okay. It's about enforcing discipline and control. And this is called the surveillance effect, by the way. So because the tower was designed to hide the guards from the inmates, prisoners assumed that they were watched at all times. This uncertainty forced them to act as though they were always under observation, leading to self-disciplining behavior. So this is very nice for the elites and the powerful, right? They don't even have to crack down on us anymore. They just enforce self-discipline. They make you enforce it on yourselves, okay? That also makes them look like innocent. They hide the violence inside of prisons, by the way, so that they don't look like they're doing it. And they make you self-discipline so that they don't have to do it. So they can always present themselves as being on your side, okay? Does this make sense? And by the way, I'm not saying it's like a conspiracy, but it makes sense in terms of what the powerful want, okay? Do we get this? Now, here are some problems with this. Let me go back here. Okay. So well, actually, before I go on here, I want to talk about something else real fast. How different is that, by the way, what we do in a prison system? How different is that from a school? I'll say that again. How different really is a prison from a school in some ways? Now, I'm not saying they're exactly the like, okay? But think about it. In a school, you have a set schedule, okay? You're constantly being monitored by teachers. You do education to prepare you for, you're about to go out into the real world. So you're taught to like do jobs and to be educated, to learn about the world, okay? You're taught how to obey authority figures. You're taught that you get punished if you don't obey, okay? And so here's my thing. And now I will say, Foucault didn't say this, but I'm saying it. How is a regular prison not just a a labor or re-education camp? It kind of is. It's kind of just like a re-education or labor camp. We tend to think that they're different, but they're not really. Anyway, yes, and I will say that is true, Matt Saigai. One of the big differences is that you get to go home after school. Not in all schools. In some schools, you actually do have to stay there. You don't get to go home. But in most schools, you still have at least a little bit of freedom at the end of the day. Okay? But still a lot of similarities there. It's almost like a re-education camp, isn't it, to go to prison in some ways? Now, let me just show you this. I've talked about this before, but to highlight this point, there was a famous book written called Dumbing Us Down. Okay, and it's the hidden curriculum of compulsory schooling. Now, John Taylor Gatto is not a smart guy. Let me put it this way. No, he's a smart guy. He's a libertarian. I do not like most of what he says. Okay, most of what he says. Okay, yeah, Lacroix. Yeah, which is funny, Lacroix, because everyone screams about Stalin's gulags. But the American prison system ain't much different in a lot of ways. Yeah, we could talk about some of the differences. Okay. So, okay. Now, so John Taylor Gatto wrote a really good book called Dumbing Us Down, where he talked about how in schools there is a hidden curriculum. Things that, things that are taught in schools that you don't know that you're being taught. And boy, is he right about this, okay? He's right about this. Don't listen to any of his political beliefs. He's a big believer in like charter schools and like homeschooling and shit. But he's right about this. And let me read to you this. I've read this before on stream, but to remind people who weren't there when I talked about the hidden curriculum, here are the things you learn in school that you don't know you're learning. One, it makes you confused and therefore reliant on experts, okay? So when you go to school, you're taught a variety of different subjects in a staggered manner throughout the day. It makes it really hard to understand connections between the various subjects. It makes it hard to remember any one thing you learn because you have days off, you have days on, you only have a 45-minute class here. So for a lot of people, it makes it really hard. It makes it to learn, and it makes you more confused. Okay, and it fills up almost all of your time. It makes it so that you get used to not having free time also. Okay, so it confuses students, and it makes you used to not being free and not having free time when you're a worker. The next thing it does, number two, it teaches children to accept their class affiliation. Literally, think about it. You're in a certain class. You're a freshman. You're a sophomore. You're an 8th grader. You're a 6th grader. Okay. And then you have to rely on an authority figure to tell you when you've done well enough to move up into the next class of society. Okay. And not only does it reinforce class structure in that way, it also literally you can see class on the bodies of students because some students have more money, some have less money, and you can see it, and that reinforces class structures. You can see that some kids have more resources and therefore do better than you, okay, and that you are a lower class. Okay, so hello politics, all right? So there you go. Next thing, number 3, makes you indifferent. School makes you indifferent to what you learn. It makes you just memorize a bunch of shit, but doesn't really inspire your curiosity. Now, this one I disagree with a bit. It depends on the teacher, okay? So if it makes you indifferent, it makes you less creative. It makes you rely more on knowledge as a tool to use at a workplace rather than as a tool to use for your liberation, okay? Does that make sense? So it makes you indifferent to what you learn. The next thing is that it makes you emotionally dependent. Who here, if you got a bad grade on a test or something, you might cry? Okay? You might cry. Or you might be really depressed for the rest of the day or the week or the month, okay? When you were younger or even today. Anyone here, like you really based a lot of your sense of self off of how you did in school. I know I did, okay? That is called, there you go, LaCroix. That is literally making you emotionally dependent on authority figures to tell you if you should feel good or bad about yourself. Okay. When I was a teacher, I learned this very quickly. Oh, got you, Matt. I got you too. Okay. I learned this very quickly. I had the power to ruin someone's week or month or year. Okay. And I don't like that, but and because I would teach high schoolers, they had already been sort of taught in this way. That like when, you're supposed to, your teachers kind of decide, and they will literally say to you, by the way, you should be depressed about this. You should be disappointed in yourself. Okay. You see what I mean? You're taught to be emotionally dependent on authority figures for whether you should be happy or sad. Okay. Sir Bart, I'll take this time to say, chat, I'm so proud of you all. Oh, Sir Bart, that's cute. Okay, I get nightmares even to this day about failing examinations. Yeah, Matt Saiga, it's traumatizing. I do too, Matt Saiga. I still get nightmares about school and forgetting I have a test and things like that. Okay, Jolly Boy, jokes on you, teachers. I already feel bad about myself. Hilarious. Okay, that's poor Jolly Boy. Okay, okay. Trump failed. Never had that problem because I always had a problem with authority. Good for you, Trump failed. Hello, Thelonious. Did I already say hello to you, Thelonious? I think I did. Okay. Okay, that's great, Elevator Lady, and it doesn't affect everyone, right? So the next one here, it also makes you intellectually dependent on authority figures, does it not? And there are ways to do this as a teacher where you don't have to do this. I wouldn't do this as a teacher. And by the way, this is overgeneralizing, right? But if you have someone looking over your shoulder all the time telling you if you're doing something right or wrong, it makes you intellectually dependent on authority figures for you to know whether you're doing something right or wrong, right? So if you have a novel approach to solving a math question, but your teacher wants you to answer it in a certain way, that's kind of limiting what you can do with math. So you're now intellectually dependent on this authority figure to tell you whether you are being smart or not. Do we see how that limits creativity and stuff? And it also makes you more obedient to authority figures. Now, I want to point out, I actually think that some of this is good in a lot of ways. Okay. Like, yeah, I kind of want people to be generally listen to their doctors, for example. I'm not saying that in every case this is bad. Okay. I'm not saying that in every case this is bad, but but there are cases where you should kind of, defer to expertise. But when overdone, it can make people obedient. Okay. Matt Saigai, it isn't, but it's still legal in some states, but it's rarely done anymore. Okay. Hello, Dank Puffin. You say UK should disband as it's a failure and it's just hopeless. Are you from the UK, Dank Puffin? Are you from the UK? Okay. Drusilla, a teacher got annoyed when I added left to right. See, that's what I mean. It's like, so you're taught that sort of intellectual dependence. Okay. Next one here. It teaches students a kind of self-confidence that requires, excuse me, oh God, that was gross, requires constant confirmation by experts, also called provisional self-esteem. So how would you, does anyone here, if you're in a workplace or you're working for someone for an extended amount of time and no one tells you if you're doing well or not doing well, you kind of start getting anxious? Like, unless someone is telling you how you're doing, you feel anxious. Like, you need someone to be like, hey, good job, you're doing this well, or hey, do this differently. Because like extended periods of not getting feedback or approval makes you feel self-conscious and like you don't know if like, and it makes you almost kind of panic in a way. Like, am I doing this right? Am I not? Not anymore. Excellent, Maddie Holmes. Yeah, is anyone else? I know Elevator Lady said that. Okay, I think Elevator Lady did. Does anyone else feel that sometimes? Okay, I tell myself I'm doing literal best job ever all the time, even when nobody agreed. That's great, Paul Squaw. So you got that parkours? Yeah. Okay. And like that is taught to you in schools. Okay. It is the idea of like you constantly need to be confirmed. Experts need to, what you're doing has to constantly be confirmed by experts. Otherwise, you can't be sure if it's good or bad. And it's something you kind of have to grow out of, or at least you have to fight against it as an adult to realize that you are, that your self-confidence is up, that you need to take control of your self-confidence, right? And understand that you're human and fuck what the other people are saying, okay? I mean, to some extent, okay? Mithril, it used to gut me when I saw what middle management is really like. I realized I don't give a fuck. Yeah, Mithril, right? Okay. There you go, Parkours. I tell Chad jokingly, I need you to constantly tell me audio levels sound fine and I'll like you more. Parkours, I do that in this chat all the time, Parkours. I'm always like, hey guys, can you hear it? Does it sound good? Can you guys see things? And then if the chat goes silent, Parkours, I'm like, is everyone okay out there? Is everyone okay? Because unless I'm seeing feedback and seeing people respond, I'm like, is this going well? Yeah. So I totally get that, okay? I do like your approval, guys. It's also a teachery thing. You want to get like your students' feedback in a way, but it's also there's a degree of self-confidence there, right? That I like, unless I'm getting positive feedback. Guys, and by the way, a lot of streamers do that. I'm just the reason I'm the best amongst the gay socialist streamers. Jester streamers is because at least I'm honest with you, right? I tell you that I'm self-confident. I need your approval, okay? Anyway. Okay. Yeah, parkours, right? Because that's called provisional. Okay, that's called provisional, or that's called emotional dependence, right? Where, then when you get the negative feedback, it hurts, right? Because we've been taught that negative feedback means there's something wrong with you, okay? All right. Lastly, and is this not true, guys? School makes it clear, now not all schools, but school makes it clear that a student cannot hide because they are always supervised. Okay? This is what a prison does. It teaches you that you have to be disciplined because you never know who's watching and that the teacher will always see you. We've all had the teacher that said, or the mom even, who has said, I have eyes in the back of my head. Or if you've ever had a teacher who will be standing at the board with their back to you and suddenly someone in the class starts acting up and the teacher, without turning around, names that person and tells them, like without even turning around, is like, sit down, John, or stop it, John, which then gives everyone this sense that the teacher can see everything. Okay. Or what they'll do in schools, guys, is they'll raid lockers. Okay, they will literally, if anyone have had their lockers searched or their desks searched or anything like that, okay, or even, by the way, students are not allowed to stay alone in a room. Now, there are safety reasons for this, but it also gives you you're constantly being supervised. And it makes you internalize the idea that I might get caught if I do something bad. So I'm going to self-regulate myself. Okay. So my point is that this Foucault didn't talk about this. This was talked about John Lewis Gatto, but the hidden curriculum and the prison system combined create something called democratic unfreedom, where in a capitalist democratic society, we are not actually free. Our lack of freedom takes the form of self-policing, whereby we control ourselves because we have been brainwashed, essentially, into self-disciplining and controlling ourselves. It is done internally. And then if we what's the term? If we diverge from that, we are literally sent to a re-education camp and made to, and then tried to be taught again to be obedient, all right, to the state, to the laws, and things like that. Now, obviously, guys, so that is called democratic unfreedom. How freedom is limited in a democracy. Okay, so we are given the illusion of being free. We have democratic forms when actually we're not free. Okay. Doug, Antifa, I'm still behind in catching up, but is there a name for what I've been doing? Randomly telling workers they're doing a great job or giving a thumbs up. I don't know. Being nice, I guess, Antifa. Okay. I'm not sure. Burn Jobby, it's insane looking back. I never got in trouble in school. I had good attendance and straight A's. I guess that canceled out reeking of weed after lunch sometimes. I guess so, Burn Jobby. All right. So, guys, I'm going to put my face up so we can talk about this a little bit. I want to get your guys' opinions on this. Let me also tell you some problems with this, okay? So, first, let me say something about Foucault. Foucault's model of discipline and punishment. One of the biggest problems with Foucault, and I said this when I talked about Foucault before, is that he never offers an alternative. To him, every single power structure is oppressive. Every single one. No matter what it is, no matter how it looks, democracy is just as bad as autocracy. Communism is just as bad as capitalism. Socialism just as bad as capitalism. They're all systems of power that are oppressive. Okay? So one of the big issues with Foucault is that he critiques these systems and talks about how they're oppressive, but then offers no idea of how to do justice then. Okay? So like, okay, like I get it. So, but like, how do you, there are some ways, guys, where you need to sort of police society. I'm not necessarily meaning like having police, maybe not that, but you need to make sure people do not kill each other and harm each other and oppress each other. So how do you deal with that? And Foucault doesn't really have an answer, because Foucault would view any kind of suppression of that as an oppressive system of power. So again, this is an interesting way of analyzing it, but it doesn't really tell us then what should be as opposed to what is. That's one note. Okay. So that's one note. The other note here is that when it comes to the schools, there is a need for people to learn some of these things, okay, in almost every case. Think about like the COVID stuff. How many people out there were refusing to listen to what experts were saying and refused to get vaccines and were irrationally defiant of certain authority figures? Yes, sometimes it is much more rational and the wise thing to do to listen to an expert when it comes to something like a public health issue. And so, yeah, that might be something that people do need to learn a little bit, is maybe you need to learn a bit about how, there are certain times where it might be better to listen to a doctor versus not. Okay. Do you see what I mean? Or like, for example, I know. Or like it might be important somewhat to learn how to interact and be nice to people in a public space, which means being a teacher getting after you if you're rude to your classmates or something. So I want to point out that both of these are critiques that are not nuanced, okay? And I want there to be nuance in these, but they are still very fascinating and I think can teach us a lot about our system, right? Okay. No, I agree, Foucault. I almost called you Foucault, Paul Squaw. I agree, Paul Squaw, that, like, for example, I think people who didn't want to get the COVID vaccine should have been thrown in prison. I'm sorry. They should have been thrown in prison and it should have been forcibly given to them. I don't care. Yeah. So Foucault would have been like, oh my God, you're oppressing them. I'm like, I don't care. They're killing people. I don't care. Our society clearly failed to educate them in a way that would make them smart enough to listen to experts. So unfortunately, society has to take the radical turn now and force them to take this vaccine so that they're not killing my parents or grandparents or her aunt or their daughter. You know what I mean? So I agree. Okay. Yeah, agreed, Sir Bart. Treating a crime as a crime against all is a good approach. Like, think about it, Sir Bart. Like, there are certain things that people do that should be punished. Like, I believe, right? I think so. Like, you can't be going around and diddling kids. You can't go murder your next door neighbor. So how do we deal with that? According to Foucault, any effort to deal with that, whether it be prison or whatever, would be a form of oppression. So, okay. Let's see here. No one this times, and there are many sociological factors of why. About what? I'm sorry. No one this time. What are you referring to? Sociological factors of what? I'm not going into a ton of details here. I'm curious what you're referring to, though. Okay, don't you think there is a negative ramification to opening the door to imprisonment for not listening to government-sanctioned experts? Yeah, Xander, there are definitely negative ramifications. I think the positives outweigh the negatives. We could make this slippery. Yeah, Xander, but anything can be weaponized by not so good people, right? The prison system is already being weaponized by not so good people. Like, for example, or okay, so we need to, like, for example, we shouldn't let there be murderers and stuff. So we have to find a way to deal with that, but that opens the door to other people being oppressed also. Okay. So that's why you need a society that constantly monitors these things and gives democratic feedback to make sure that doesn't happen. But yeah, I think something like a vaccine is vitally important for society. And I think the government should enforce that shit. I do. I do. All right. And I totally understand, especially communities of color in the United States have had very bad experiences with the government enforcing this shit. Okay. A lot of times the Black community has had done testing done on them and stuff. So there's a lot of trauma there. Unfortunately, though, like, we need to vaccinate. Everyone does. Otherwise, a ton of people, Black, white, brown, are going to die. Okay. And so, okay. Oh, I know no one this time. I know, but I don't care. No one this time. I really don't. And I know I sound authoritarian in this regard. That's my view on it, because I think there comes a time, guys, where like the excuses are so bad. Okay. Like, I don't care what the reasons are for people denying vaccines. I don't think their excuse is worth tons more people dying. Okay. Tons more people dying. I hate you, LaCroix. Okay. I just don't. And I'm sorry. Oh God, no, they think their rights are violated. Okay. I guess. I mean, that's their opinion. I think the society, I think a community has rights also. So you can't take away a community's rights just for your own selfish things. Okay. I know, Doug. Sir Bart, Native groups in Canada have used something called restorative justice for centuries now. And from what I've seen, it does in fact work, right? I agree, Matt Saiga, they should be mandatory. I really do. Okay. If Trump failed, we should. Okay. No, Jonas, I get that. Jonas. But, and Jonas, and I'm not critiquing you on this. Jonas says, to be honest, I was a COVID lockdown hater. It just felt odd to be told where I can go. Right, Jonas. And I don't mean to, I'm not bashing you when I say this, Jonas, but that is an issue with a lot of Western societies, is that we're so fixated on this sense of like right, like our rights and stuff like that. A lot of Westerners, people in Western societies, okay, are heavily focused on individuality and themselves. And so, yeah, a lot of folks and I'm not saying you're selfish, Jonas, I did not like being locked indoors, okay? I did not like it either. And it does felt weird because our government doesn't typically crack down in that way. But like for the necessity of society, you see what I mean? It becomes something I think is necessary. And yeah. Yeah, exactly, Paul Skull. We are a social species. We live in communal settings. We do. And I want to point out, guys, you know what's interesting is that the word freedom is very much misused. Okay? For example, in the United States, I know this sounds crazy. You guys aren't going to believe me probably, but when the founding fathers, as they're called, of the United States use the word freedom, they typically were referring to the freedom of the community. All right? The freedom of the community. So the freedom of the whole community to make decisions collectively and to be independent of outside powers. They did not believe in the idea of individual freedom as like a license to do whatever you want, okay? And a lot of early notions of freedom were about community freedom and not about complete individual freedom, because you can't really have a society if everyone just does what they want, okay? So that's why, for example, the founding fathers made a list of things that, yeah, the government can't enforce, but they can enforce anything else, okay? Because it's about the community. That's where the freedom is. Too much individual freedom can cause a lot of issues. Am I saying that, like, I want there to be a totalitarian, like I want a totalitarian society where everything is controlled? No. I want as much individual liberty as possible, but not in every case. Jonas, but individuals in a community will often disagree. That is true, Jonas, and that's the danger. That is the danger. But the same is true with too much individual freedom, because if a bunch of individuals are doing different things, then they're often going to come into conflict. You see what I mean? So like, this is a problem across the board, and there's no easy solution to it. Okay? There's no easy solution to it. Okay? And I am not advocating for like a totalitarian crackdown. I'm just saying, I think in some cases, I don't think the excuse of oppression, I don't like the excuse. Sometimes the government needs to crack down for the sake of the community. Trump failed. Just imagine a billboard of CR just sternly staring into your soul. Hilarious. Okay. Thank you, Matt. Side guy. All right, let's see here. Okay. Yeah, no, I get it. No one. No one this time. I get that. No one this time. You say when an individual knows without a doubt they've been poisoned by Monsanto and are being poisoned by many other food sources. Yeah. Oh, I get it. No one this time. So if that's the case, then that person should either be legally required to stay home and not leave their house under threat of arrest. If they are so worried about Monsanto and stuff that they don't want to immunize themselves to protect society and themselves, that they should be forced to stay indoors, or if they don't want to stay indoors, they should be arrested and put into jail and then forcibly vaccinated so that, or at least are put in jail so they don't spread anything, or forcibly vaccinated. Okay. So, okay. I'd be willing to let them just like stay home, but if they leave, then they should be arrested because they're endangering the rest of the society. Okay. Okay. No one this time. I took 2 shots initially in 2020, but haven't since. I've gotten sick twice with COVID and then norovirus shortly after. I haven't been sick since. Oh, well, good for you. No one this time. Okay. Yeah, well, I mean, you can get sick with COVID whether you have the vaccine or not. The vaccine, of course, just makes it less likely that you'll die. All right. Xander, it feels like a fairly radical solution to a problem that has more to do with structural failures. So Xander, I acknowledge you're right there that if we had, Xander, yes, in a scenario where we had time to actually completely upend society, I agree. In which case, yeah, the structural factors are what really matter. But once we have a pandemic that is here and now, that's what other option do we have? We can't re-educate all of society or completely restructure it while the virus is on the ground. Okay? So like at some point, if we can't just sit back and be like, well, this is a structural problem. Let's let millions of people die. At that point, we got to do something. You see what I mean? All right. Okay. Liquid alicorn. No liquid alicorn. So my thought about the jail thing is not that it would be rehabilitating. It would keep the people out of public because they're going to spread the disease. So like, that's what I'm saying. If they want to stay at home and not leave, but if they start leaving and possibly spreading the disease, then they should be put in jail to make sure that they're not spreading the disease. I know I have a radical solution to this. You guys can disagree with me. Okay. You can absolutely disagree with me. I just know that I think that I am so impatient with how our society dealt with the COVID stuff because it was embarrassing. America, for example, had some of the worst outcomes of the COVID era because we were so weak about dealing with it. Okay. We were so weak about dealing with it. No, me too, LaQuabois. And I've said this before, LaQuabois. LaQuabois says, better to have an autistic kid than a dead kid. Yeah, guys, vaccines do not cause autism. That's bullshit. And LaQuabois knows this. He's joking, right? Okay, that's okay, Liquid. I get it. And you guys can disagree with me. Okay, you guys can disagree with me. I know that's a radical take. That is my take, though. And I know that, most people would probably not like that. Okay. All right. Of course, we would need to do it ethically, Alyssa. For those that are saying we shouldn't put people in jail, I get that. In perfect world, it wouldn't be like a horrible jail, I guess. But they need to be separated from society if they don't want to stay in, if they don't want to stay home, because they're just going to hurt people. All right. All right. Yeah, Mayflower Kid. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, it could be, but it would have to be Mayflower Kid. It wouldn't be it would be a jail where you're kept separate from people, so you're not spreading it around on there and shit. Okay. I don't know how you would do the logistics there, and maybe it doesn't have to be a jail. It might just have to be a place where people go. So we'd have to figure out something. All right. I know it doesn't matter. We're not in the midst of this, and this will never happen, folks. It'll never happen because our country, our people here are hypersensitive to these things, and they likely would never like that. Okay, so even if it saves a bunch of lives. Sir Bart, if you don't vote more me, I will take power another way. Okay. Liquid Alcorn, yeah, jail as a system is not fundamentally broken. Don't tell the private prison system. Oh, I know, Thelonious, and I would definitely not like the private prison system to get involved in this, obviously. Okay, Xander, like a concentration camp. Hey, Xander, our prisons are already concentration camps. I got to tell you. Okay, anyway, but no, I'm not saying concentration camp. They would have to go somewhere though, where there are separate rooms, right? Where they're not spreading it, or at the very least, house arrest would be great. Just keep them in house arrest. That's what I would rather have. Okay. All right. I know, Xander, but you have a point, Xander. Yeah, I'm calling for something that sounds very dark and kind of sounds like that. Whatever, it doesn't matter. So let's go on. Oh. So guys, so that's my whole thing here. And that's my issue with some of what Foucault says, right? I feel like sometimes, measures are necessary for the safety of people. Okay, hello, body swap. What do you mean hypersensitive body swap? Okay, yeah, body swap. A lot of Americans, especially white Americans, okay, not all Americans are hypersensitive to it. There's a lot of Americans that have a very good reason for not wanting to be punished by the government or for not wanting to take a mandated vaccine, okay? But there are a lot of, especially white Americans, I got to tell you, who are very, very paranoid. and who think, that anything the government does is an attempt to oppress them, or, or who for religious reasons don't want to do it, even if it means people are going to die. So they are hypersensitive. Okay. Uh, okay. Or Owen Carter. Hello, my friend. How are you? And how's life in Nazi Germany? Naziistic, Owen Carter. That's the case. Naziistic. It's horrific over here. We don't like it. Okay. Don't like it. Not fun. All right. Okay, guys. Yay. So overall, though, guys, I like democracy and I want people to have rights and freedoms. Okay. But I want the rights of the community to come first. All right. All right. So let's go on, guys. I'm going to go urinate because I got to pee. I got to pee. Sam has got to pee. Sam has got to pee. And I'm going to go pee. And then I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Okay? Everyone ready? I'll be right back. Love you all very much. Okay. Barbara. So hello, Barbara, by the way. Barbara says, I don't think they should mandate a vaccine, but I do think they should mandate masks. So Barbara, may I ask why you don't think they should mandate vaccines, but they should mandate masks? What is the difference? What is the difference there? I know there are differences, but to you, what is the difference between mandating a mask for safety and mandating a vaccine, which is more effective in a lot of ways? I'm just curious. I'll be right back, guys. See you in a second.
Can we talk about me and you?
In the dark haze, polarized gaze, trying to find my way to you, where the spaces can't erase this. You're the feeling that I choose. I'm tired of running, 'cause you lost the feeling. You're disconnected in your time.
Hello, loves. I'm back, and I'm sitting down. Oh my God, there's a lot of celebration happening in the chat here. A lot of celebration. All right, let's see here. What do we got here? Who do we got? Let me hand out some boops. We haven't done boops today, have we? We haven't done any boops. Let's do some boops. LaCroix, I know I ruined it right before the breakdown. LaCroix gets a boop. Boop. No one this time gets a boop. Boop. Thelonious gets a boop. Boop. Alyssa gets a boop. Boop. Sir Bart gets a boop. Boop. See here. Did I give Thelonious a boop? I'll give Thelonious a second boop. Boop. Elevator lady gets 3 boops. Boop, boop, boop. For no reason, just arbitrary 3 boops. Actually, because I like Elevator Lady. And Elevator Lady is doing a great job with the book club and stuff. Level 269 gets a boop. Boop. And I love you at level 269. You're definitely an established community member now. Are you in the Discord server level 269? Anyway, Dolly Boy gets a boop. Boop. You get 2 boops, Dolly Boy. Boop. Gwen gets a boop. Boop. Excellent, Gwen. Gwen, you get 2 boops. Boop, boop. All right. That's actually 3 technically. Matt Saga, did I give you a boop? Matt Saga, you get a boop. Boop. Sir Bart gets a boop. Boop. I don't know. I might be repeating myself many, many times. Okay. Liquid Alcorn gets a boop. Boop. By the way, a Bright Love, everyone should go over. We have a gaming club over on Discord, and I feel Bright Love needs some love over there. Okay. A Bright Love needs some love. Okay. I say our Liquid Alicorn needs some love over there. Liquid Alicorn's trying to, what's the game? Look, I'm having a mind blank. The game that you've been playing, Liquid Alicorn, you need some people to help you to join you in the game. Go over and take a look at the gaming club over RuneScape. Thank you. I knew that. Over on Discord. Okay. Help out a Bright Love. Join a Bright Love's party. Talk about games and stuff. It's a great little community over there. And is Mayflower Kid here? You get a boop. Boop. Are you still here, Mayflower Kid? Mayflower Kid. Also D&D campaign, which Liquid Alcorn, I will play that. If we do a D&D campaign, I will definitely play. I used to be a dungeon master, and I almost never got to play actually as a player, and I really want to be a player in a D&D game because it's been forever. Okay. So anyway, Druzilla, you get a boop. Boop. All right. So anyway, go check out the gaming community. Also, go check out Mayflower Kid's. Mayflower Kid has done a lot of great work. I think I mentioned this. Go check out her stuff. Were you a witch, Gwen, I bet? Okay. Did I miss anyone? Anyone else want to boop? Anyone else want to boop? I would love that, Sir Bar. Anyone else want to boop? No one this time. Only I do boops. No one this time gets a bonk. Bonk. Shame on you. I'm just kidding. You can do whatever you want. No, and here, I'll give you another boop. Boop. LaCroix gets a boop. Boop. Yes, I did, LaCroix. I used to be a dungeon master. Anyone else want to boop? It's okay. No one this time. All right. Anyone else want to boop? Did I miss anyone? Oh, Paleontology Dog gets a boop. Boop. Whatever. I'm like wasting time now. Okay. So does Sarah F. Boop. And what's his name? Why can't I think of it? The one who is Sir Bart, okay. Sir Bart says, if you were a dungeon master, you must know what a power top is. Well, what's the difference between a top and a power top? To me, that's just top. Anyway, so when this, you're welcome to, anyway, moving on. Body swap. Oh my God, there we go. Body swap. I knew I was missing someone. Body swap. You get 3 boops because I forgot you. Boop, boop, boop. All right. SoCal, there you are, SoCal. You get a boop, boop. All right. I can't go all the way back up on the list because it takes forever. So I rely on you guys to tell me. Okay, everyone's been booped. Everyone who has been booped, that deserves it. Okay, the rest of you don't deserve it. I'm just kidding. Okay, I'm just kidding. I really want to be a player. What does that mean? I do want to be a player. Oh, I got you. Who says I'm not already? Anyway, so let's take a look here. Let's see what we got here.
Why is Blackstone?
Ew, oh God, see, one of these days we're going to watch that video and I'll stop traumatizing you with you guys hearing the Blackstone thing. So, all right, I thought,
We start.
I wanted to show, I have a few clips here I wanted to show you guys, partly related to the news, but also kind of interesting. So let's watch these if I can get back into YouTube because I accidentally got out of it. I'm not exactly, I don't promise to be competent. I just promise to stream.
Why is Blackstone?
If it's going to be competent. Okay, so let's watch this. This is, okay, this is,
Sure.
So for those who have know that the GOP is trying to do a bunch of redistricting to limit democracy so that they can win in the next elections. Classic fascist GOP move, of course. Classic fascist GOP move. One of the places this is happening is Tennessee. One of the places this is happening is Tennessee. All right. And did I boop what's his name? Our other YouTubing friend. Alexander, what is it again? I can't remember. Is he even here anymore? He might not be, but you get a boop. Boop. Anyway, So, Xander, you got a boop, Xander. I don't know if you're here, Xander, but there's a boop for you. Okay, so in Tennessee, they're trying to redistrict. They're trying to redistrict. Sam, you're the only 10 I see, Sam. You're the only 10 I see. Oh, Jonas. Oh, my God. That is so cheesy, but that's pretty clever, actually. Okay. That's pretty clever. Okay, thank you, Jonas. Jonas says I'm a 10. Okay, thank you, Jonas. All right. All right. Thanks, bro. Okay, anyway. So in Tennessee, they're trying to redistrict. And one of the pretty cool members of Tennessee's state house is a person of color. I think he's black. I'm saying that on purpose because he really went after the Republicans as they were trying to redistrict in a way that diluted black people's vote. And look at how he harasses them, and it's hilarious. So just watch this. This is 6 minutes long. Just watch what he does. So this is the Republican speaking, and this is him coming up with a piece of paper.
Committee Amendment number 1, probably second. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of Committee Amendment number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment.
Yes, Justin Jones. Oh, thank you. I'll take a drink.
Representative Jones and Davidson, Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Representative Jones, you're recognized.
Did you see what that was, guys? Do you see where that was? It was a Confederate flag. So he went up there with a Confederate flag and placed it on the podium in front of the Republican.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just handed the Representative Lambert the Confederate flag saying we will not go back because you are trying to bring us back to the Confederacy by bringing us here for this racist,
Representative
immoral...
Jones, I'm going to stop you right there.
Oh, wait for it. He has some other zingers in there.
About 1 minute to do your amendment, which is untimely filed. We are not grandstanding on this floor talking to another member in that regard. You know the rules. If you want to address your amendment, please address your amendment. Representative Jones, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the clerk read the amendment since they told us last minute into the record, and then I will respond. Would he mind reading the amendment for the record?
We got objection.
Yeah, way down south in the land of traitors, rattlesnakes and alligators. Anyway.
So if you want to put it up, we can put it up.
Okay, wait for it.
Representative Jones.
Thank you. I see we're working according to Jim Crow's rules today.
Oh, do we get that reference? You hear what he said? I see we're working to Jim Crow's rules today. And if anyone knows what the Jim Crow laws were, those were the really racist laws that were passed across the South to separate black folks from white folks and to make it really hard for black folks to vote and things like that. Okay.
This amendment is trying to point out the fact that this gathering that we have here today is about disenfranchising specifically black people. The speaker yesterday said that this is not about race, but everything that we've seen about this map and about this process has been racialized. The ways that we have stacked these committees to put members on who are seething with racism. The rhetoric used to attack majority black communities is not deserving representation under the guise of fairness. And so this amendment is simply trying to add into the record a process to prevent this from happening on behalf of our constituents. I think that Cameron Sexton has brought us here as the Grand Wizard in Chief here of this chamber to...
Guys, what's that a reference to? He said that he's brought us here as the Grand Wizard in Chief. What organization uses the title Grand Wizard? Do we know? The KKK, right? Hilarious.
Try and disenfranchise black people. We have to call it for what it is. It's shameful, and he'll be...
You failed to move for consideration of amendment number 2.
How dare you, Paul Squall?
It fell for lack of motion. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 3, Representative Jones, Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Representative Jones, you're recognized.
Again, the clerk delayed to last minute to tell us what number our amendment would be, so we're not even privy to what amendments there.
Oh God, Thelonious, you got auto modded. Oh God damn it! I need to maybe mess with the auto. I gotta mess with the auto mod things because like sometimes it blocks shit that I'm like, why are you blocking this shit? I don't see it. It's not letting me free it up. Anyway, whatever.
Having us talk about. I want to lay that into the record. And so we're here today once again for a white a White Sheets caucus meeting in which they're trying to disenfranchise people.
There's objections in Jones. Once again, that is out of order. If you would like to stick to the amendment, we will continue.
A White Sheets caucus meeting.
The continuation of what you're doing is against House rules. There's been objection. You can go back, but I caution you to stick to the amendment. Representative Jones.
Mr. Speaker, once again, your clerks who you hire have given us literally seconds notice of a list of amendments, and we're not even clear what amendment is which number because they wait till the last minute to hand us these papers. And so we're here, again, for this counting jelly beans in a jar. That's what they want to do. They want to create a process that is unfair, unequal, that we cannot adequately deliberate this legislation. She gave us a whole stack of amendments here saying that they weren't in the call and gave us a list saying that a few are. This is the unfairness of this process that has been the subject of this entire special session of rushed decisions, a rushed deliberation. It is a form of Jim Crow terror. You know what you're doing. It's shameful, but we know that you all are going to fall in line behind this man here who's going to lead you down the path of racism and white supremacy. It's wrong. It's immoral. And when we say do justice, love mercy, and walk humble.
It fails for lack of a motion. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Guys, as a historian, like, it is disturbing to see this happening. It's like back in the 60s. There were images yesterday of a bunch of black protesters being hauled out by white police out of the Tennessee State House, like being hauled out, dragged out, just like you would see in the 1960s. They've literally, in Tennessee, they're redistricting where they've taken Memphis, which has a lot of black folks there, and they've broken it into 3 segments and then spread those 3 segments in majority white districts, so none of those votes within Memphis really matter. So they're literally just like, they are purposely diluting, the black vote. We're regressing, folks. Like, it's not like America was great for black people already. It's not like the civil rights movement exactly fixed everything at all, anyway, but we're going back to it being even worse. So that's good. Love that for us. God bless this country. Freedom and democracy just raising, going crazy. Alyssa, how do we reverse this? Well, what we should do, there's multiple things we can do. One is revolution. I wouldn't call for that in here. That would be illegal. I'm just saying. Another one would be to impeach the members of the Supreme Court, which won't ever happen. Or, if the Democrats ever get into power, they could literally pack the Supreme Court, which will never happen because they're weak. So they could pack the Supreme Court. We could fire the members of the Supreme Court. We could also amend the Constitution, which will never happen. So I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. I mean, it's possible that the Supreme Court, if it's more liberal leaning in the future, might suddenly change its mind. But that's unlikely because they're typically weak compared to the conservatives. So I don't know. I don't know if there's a way to reverse it. I really don't. I don't think there is, unless one of those things happens. So we'll see. Okay. Yeah, literally. The gerontocracy. Yeah. Okay. Alyssa, if they make it to where there's nothing you can even do as a state level, now all the way up. Yeah, Alyssa, they're literally rigging the election. This is like, we already didn't have a democracy, but now they're just like openly being like, fuck it. We won't even give the pretense of democracy. We won't even let you choose between the 2 corporate candidates, really. We'll just be like, you know what? We want, like, most people not to be able to vote, okay? We just want the Republicans to win. It's going to become a one-party state, essentially. Thelonious Dunk, you voted for this. Yeah, exactly, Thelonious. That is what they'll say. They'll be like, well, you voted for this. And come on, Thelonious. I bet the Democrats will forget about this really quickly, too. And then they'll say the same thing. They will probably blame the voters. The next time a Democrat is up for election and they lose to Republicans, the Democrats will be like, well, this is because the voters didn't go out to vote and they didn't do this and they didn't do that. And it'll be like, okay, well, maybe it's your fault and maybe it's the Republicans' fault, because they did all this shit. Okay. Anyway, okay. We've never seen anything like this. This before. It's worse than before the Voting Rights Act. Yes. So, yes. I guess I would have. That's kind of hard to. Yeah, they're totally both sides of Thelonious. They will. I'm not sure what you mean, Gwen. Like, yeah, I see what you mean, though. Like, yes, I'm just having trouble quantifying how bad it was, but I see what you mean. Okay. All right. Anyway, So do we see that? Both sides, both sides. Okay. Okay, guys. If they make it to where there's nothing you can even do as a state now, all the way up, right? Sir Bart, whenever that's true, Gwen, like the voting is basically irrelevant. I mean, to be honest, Gwen, it already kind of was. But yes, it's definitely gotten worse for black people. Black people are now, their votes are almost entirely irrelevant. Okay, before, at least black folks had the opportunity to pick between the two corporate shills. Now, they don't even get to choose between the two corporate shills. Okay? I know I sound like an asshole, but it's kind of true. Sir Bart. Okay. Whenever any form of government Sir Bart. Sir Bart, you say here, whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or abolish it and to institute new government, laying its foundations on such principles and organizing its power in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. Yep. Yep. Okay. Yep. That is the Declaration of Independence. And boy, do I wish we had that revolutionary heritage in our blood, folks. Do I wish that. Now, obviously, unlike the founding fathers, slave owners, I would prefer if it included everyone and was actually revolutionary instead of like this elite uprising. But yeah, pretty cool words there. That's called the social contract. If your government's no longer representing your interests and is actively abusing you, according to the social contract, which is written into the American the Declaration, you have a right to overthrow or abolish that government. You know what I mean? Okay. So, right. Now then, Sir Bart, I think you're right, though. I think we might start seeing violence. And I got to tell you guys, historically, if a group of people gets rights or gets benefits that they have never had, and then you take it away from them, that is the most likely to cause violence. It is not, so it tends to be that like oppression over an extended period can cause violence, but it is more likely that it'll cause violence if there's oppression over a long period, that oppression ends, and then it suddenly comes back. That is what typically causes violence. Because once people feel free and they feel the breath of fresh air, they never want to go back to the way it was before. So if a government tries to re-implement it, they're going to those people are going to lose it. I suspect that this might trigger some things. Now, I can't be certain of that, but historically, that's what happens. Okay. Okay. So that was that. I'm going to see if there's more to this video.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's remind ourselves that while we're here in this special session.
Mr. Trooper, please clear out that balcony over there. Please clear out the balcony.
Oh my God, these goddamn hicks and southern pieces of shit. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be classist here. Please clear out the balcony. Gotta clear out the balcony. Like, Jesus Christ. Okay, we get it. You have an accent. And I'm being an asshole. It doesn't matter. Their accent don't matter, but okay, I'm just hate these people. All right. All right, then why do people try any more survive than Survivor? Why do people try anything more to survive? What do you mean? I'm sorry. Yeah, I know, the good old boys. Oh my God, I'm sure they would like using that word too. Sit down. I can't say it. I'm not going to say it, but he could probably use the word boy, in a different way. I'm like, he wants to say it to Justin Jones. When Justin Jones was standing up, he really wanted to say something to him that I can't say on stream, and I don't want to anyway, because okay. Anyway. Of course he does, Thelonious. This whole bill, Thelonious, is just like the Republicans trying to say the N-word without saying it, right? This bill is the culmination of years of them feeling like they can't openly say the N-word. So like this whole bill is just like one giant N-word for all the Republicans, okay?
Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the remainder of my time.
Lambert yields the rest of his time. We're voting.
Yeah,
We're
Jonas.
voting on the bill.
So Jonas, I can say the word boy because I'm not actually. So typically, historically, it's kind of like when women are referred to as girls, like, oh, hello, girl. It's kind of demeaning. So a lot of times enslaved black people, and not even enslaved, black people in general,
Southern whites and Northern whites would call black men boys. Like they would, I don't even want to say it, but they would call them boy, which was a way of demeaning them and making them out to be inferior and a lesser. Yeah. And so that's why it is racist. It was a way of demeaning. Okay. They wouldn't say man or anything like that. Okay. And you would never say that to a white person. It was only used against black men.
All those in favor of House Bill 7003 as a...
Yeah. And your grandfather would use that word to 50-year-old men of color. Disgusting. Yeah, I know, right? Like, okay.
Amended. Vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does
I know,
any member
LaCroix.
wish to...
Hey, good. We just reached our goal of 380 subscribers. Fantastic. Or followers. Thank you, whoever just followed.
change their vote?
I know, right, Jonas?
Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
What's that line from Star Wars? And this is how democracy dies. Okay, to thunderous applause. We're not hearing the applause, but this is democracy dying.
Yeah.
Aye, 64, 25 nays.
Yeah.
Present, not voting.
House Bill
Disgusting, Gwen.
7003, having received the Constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is tabled. Leader Lambert, your record.
Disgusting. Disgusting. So, guys, our country is a shithole, and it's only getting worse. We're an evil empire. We're not a democracy. We're an oligarchy. And many Americans are cucks who enjoy being humiliated, degraded, and oppressed by our overlords. That's what MAGA is. They're a bunch of cucks. They love being oppressed. Okay, I know. Me too, Thelonious. So can we can we do better? Okay, as Thelonious said. Thelonious, you're on a roll today, by the way. Not that you weren't before, okay? Can we do better? Let's watch, speaking of MAGA, and because I'm in a foul mood, thank you, Gwen. I was actually, that is so funny you say that, Gwen. I was about to make a joke. I'm like, does anyone here have an open room in a different country in case I need to suddenly move really quickly? Anyway, so Lacroix, as long as somebody else is more oppressed than them, they are fine with it. Yeah, Lacroix. Yeah, okay. So I will say, Gwen, if I were to move to the UK, you do know, though, I wouldn't really have, right now, like my income wouldn't be sustainable just doing what I'm doing now. That's one of the issue things. So like it'd basically be you feeding me too at this point. Okay, but anyway, so I don't want to do that, but okay. So let's watch this. This is another, okay, this is another Florida, this is a Florida Trump rally. So just to highlight, because, you know, I'm in a foul mood. I'm actually not, don't worry, Jonas. I know Jonas was very nice to me yesterday and was saying how I've seen more angry. This is just, you know, why not? Let's watch what this Trump rally in Florida. This is the good liars. No, I mean, when people acknowledge or understand as the best they can all the negative, why do people still try to survive with all their might other than human survival? Correct. That's it. That is why no one is human survival. It's the survival instinct, right? I think it's one of the coolest human things, that sort of instinct to resist and fight back, okay, to fight back against authority, to resist oppression. To me, it doesn't separate us from other animals. There are, like, chimpanzees and stuff will also do acts of resistance against authority figures, but like it's one of those shining light things amongst humans, okay, is that we have a tendency to push back when faced with things like that, okay? Another thing that humans do, by the way, is we care about other species, which is interesting. Some humans actually go out of their way to help other species, even if it doesn't benefit them directly. There's some other cool things. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Oh, God. I trust Fox Emblem, Trump failed. What did you do, Trump failed? I haven't read it, Trump failed, but I do trust Fox Emblem. So, I mean, I'll take a look after this, but I suspect Fox Emblem is probably just preventing some sort of bad conversation in there, okay? But, you know, I love you, Trump failed. I'll take a look, okay? All right. So let's watch this. Let's see.
Think that Donald Trump is for law and order? Yeah! Would you vote for Donald Trump in 2028? Yeah!
All right. We are living in the dumbest timeline.
That's accurate.
We're here in the Villages. Are you retired?
Yeah, Gwen.
Yeah.
Do you mind if I ask how old you are?
80.
80? So you're about the age of the President of the United States.
Yeah, 6 months younger. Older.
Older. Hey, do you all support Donald Trump's war in Iran?
Yes.
Why do we keep saying Iran? I mean, come on, Iran. Lots of sexual innuendos. Oh, okay, gotcha. Trump failed.
Are you all America first?
We support everything he does.
You support everything he does, no matter what.
No matter what.
Trust him with my life.
Oh my God! No matter what, I don't understand that ideology. That like, yeah, it's a cult. It's like this is the idea of like blind obedience. Why are we doing blind obedience? That's not a political ideology. That's just a cult. Okay, I know, Jonas. I make a mistake too sometimes, and it's like, by the way, like different places in the world pronounce things differently. Like the word Iran, when pronounced like that, it's not like there's anything wrong about it. It's just an annoying sound to it, you know? Like, because different places pronounce things differently. Like Japan is actually Nippon in Japanese. Germany's actually Deutschland. But like, yeah, I know. Saudi, Iraq. I know, Jonas. It's just annoying, but okay.
You trust him with your, no matter what.
Yeah, there you go, Thelonious. Winning Trump is Lord MAGA. No child left behind except those children over there and there and there. Yes.
No matter what.
Literally, no matter what.
Yes.
Trying to find out if people are older or younger than Trump. How old are you?
LaQual, where are you running to, Sam? I'm not running anywhere. Do you mean like where am I running to? Like if I were to leave the country? I'm not. Even if I really wanted to, LaQual, I'm not. I can't right now. Okay. And like I also a lot of fascist experts that are way more credentialed and stuff than I am have left, and which annoys me. So like I don't know. I feel like I should stay, but I'm like it's a conflict. But I couldn't right now anyway if I wanted to. Drusilla, but sexual innuendos is very different to locker room talk in my head, or what's here? I don't know, guys. Oh, I got you, LaQual, whatever. Hilarious, Jonas. See, Americans, Jonas, what's funny about that is, Jonas, you clearly know more about Puerto Rico than most Americans, because most Americans think Puerto Rico is like a state, or is not a state. Either think it's a state or think it is not actually part of the United States. So congrats, Jonas. You have the education that's more than most Americans. Okay. I'm exaggerating. A lot of Americans do know it's part of the United States. Okay. No, I know, Winterlinde. I have some pronunciation troubles, but you get what I mean. Okay. I'm just trying to show how like the word itself is different in German instead of Germany. Okay. Instead of like where it is elsewhere, or like the French call it Allemand, right? Deutschland. There we go. Okay.
27.
Right. Thank you, though.
You're younger
thank you, actually, for the correction, Winterlinde.
President of the United States.
Yes, I am.
What's his greatest accomplishment thus far?
Oh, I don't know, being a Christian and taking care of everybody and.
Oh my God! Oh my goodness, hilarious.
Even if they don't like him, he's good.
Do you think Donald Trump is a Christian?
Absolutely.
He says he doesn't go to church.
Jesus Christ. Well, I will say, guy. No, I'm not going to say that. I'm trying to get away about criticizing Christianity. I won't do it this time.
He's a busy man. He's doing a lot of stuff. So.
Do you think Donald Trump prays?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Every day.
You think he really think he prays?
Absolutely. Are you kidding me?
No, just because he said in the Oval Office
Is she literally wearing? You know what this reminds me of, guys? You see how she's wearing a hat that has like Trump's hair? Yeah, she looks like a Muppet that has Trump's hair on the top of it. You know, the Japanese used to wear red hair Japanese soldier. Okay. They used to do, here we go. You know what? This works. So you see that this is an old Japanese samurai outfit. Obviously, it's a modern day one. Where when the Europeans went to Japan, the Japanese were not used to seeing red hair. Okay. And the Europeans like did a lot of by the Japanese, like the Europeans viewed the Europeans as very powerful. Okay. And for a lot of Japanese folks who were animists, they believed that the power of the Europeans, their militaries and things like that, were associated with red hair. Okay, so wearing a red hair in battle became a way of gaining the power of what they viewed as Europeans. Okay, now I know that sounds like I'm trivializing the Japanese society or whatever. I'm not. It makes sense, right? If you like, by the way, Americans do the same thing. Like they'll wear a kimono if they want to, if they think that like they think it like helps with meditation or whatever, even though that has nothing to do. The kimono is just the traditional way people dress. It has nothing to do with meditation, but they think it makes because they associate it with Japan and Buddhism or whatever. Okay. But that's what this reminds me of. It's like she's trying to gain, the woman in this video, it's like she's trying to gain some kind of secret power by having her hair look like Trump, right? Like she thinks that having hair like that makes her the alpha male that is Donald Trump. Okay, exactly, Jonas. Like how Celtic people in England wore animal skins when they fought the Romans. Exactly. Okay. So like this is a modern day version of that. She thinks there's like some sacred power or something in wearing Donald Trump's hair. Yeah, yeah, Gwen, that's fine. Yeah, but like a lot. So some folks will wear like clothing like what's called, this is racist kind of Eastern clothing, because they, you know, they associate that with like meditation, even though that's just how people dress anyway. So, I mean, or at least culturally, that just comes from there. But anyway, yeah, let's go on.
21st century moderates aren't.
Do you all think that Donald Trump is
coming out of his hands?
Okay,
That's awesome. Yeah.
You don't find that
hate you, Matt,
blasphemous
that
that
guy.
he's like saying that he's Jesus Christ?
He's a great man, and he takes
He is
care of
not
all of us,
sleeping.
so.
He's praying. Hilarious, Winterlinde. Hilarious.
What are your thoughts on Trump wanting to rename ICE nice?
Fantastic. Make sure all those liberals make sure they say, when they say about ICE agents, well, they say nice agents now.
And what would?
Oh my God, are they actually taking that seriously at this point? I thought that was just like a meme. Are they really calling them nice agents now? Like seriously, is this? Are they taking it seriously to call them nice agents as opposed to ICE agents? I can't believe it. I cannot. Seriously, I can't. What? I can't. Oh my God. Okay, when the liberal, yeah, I know, choosing fascism to own the libs. I don't get it. Okay.
That accomplish?
That would accomplish them saying nice agents.
Okay.
No matter what. That's a big statement, you know. That's a big statement.
Remember, guys, fascists are all about aesthetics and emotion. So they get off on like embarrassing the libs, and to them, that's all that matters about their politics, is like this emotional feeling, this like feeling of empowerment by embarrassing liberals.
Because he's going to use his head, whatever he does. And he's got
We trust him.
There was a news report that said, nice agent shoots protester in face. Is that better than ICE agent shoots protester in face?
Kind of.
If the protester is violating the law, it's reasonable.
I'm just saying the headline. Is that headline better? Nice agent shoots protester in face. Is that better than ICE agent shoots
no violence is good.
What are your thoughts on the Epstein file?
Right. Even though I'm sure he thinks no violence is good, right, guys? I'm sure he thinks no violence is good. I'm sure he, you know, when he sees a report of like a person of color being shot by a police officer, I'm sure he's like, oh my God, no violence is good, right? Okay.
Release him. He's not in them.
You got it, Winterlinde. Winterlinde says, and then there's the tradition where jesters wear funny uniforms at carnival to mock the powerful. You got it, Winterlinde. And it gives me a special secret funny power, right? Okay.
It's all good.
I
Release
think all
him.
those guys that were part of that are jerks.
Yeah.
And there should be more prosecutions?
They all should be prosecuted.
Why do you think Donald Trump was fighting the release of the Epstein files?
There's a bigger reason.
Yeah, we don't
What?
know everything, but he does.
It's always there's a bigger reason, isn't it?
He knows it. Donald Trump knows everything.
He knows. He knows more than me.
How old are you?
78.
78. Oh, so you're younger than Trump.
Yeah.
It's a little hot, right? You got a hat.
You're right, because he's a white hat pedo, absolutely.
Hat on. You're wearing a hat. You're wearing shorts. You've got a hat. Would you support Donald Trump running for a third term?
No.
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 And why is that?
Oh, 100%, Jonas. 100%. Yeah, of course, Jonas. Jonas, do you notice how weird that is? That like our government has no problem. And I'm not saying, you know, I'm not like a patriot, Jonas, but think about how weird that is. That our country will defend, will admonish the violence of protests in Iran, but then will excuse violence against our own citizens here. Interesting, right? It kind of seems like the state doesn't really represent the people of the United States, okay? You see what I mean? and all violence of that sort should be sort of admonished, I guess you could say, like depending on what happened at it, and I don't know the details, but like you see what I mean? Like that's how screwed up our government is.
Because that's not the law, and Donald Trump is, if anything, he's a man of the law. So in order for that to happen, you have to change the Constitution.
Yeah, guys, don't you know that Donald Trump is a man of the law? Real adherent to the law there, okay? Always sticks to it. Yeah, right, right, Dolly boy. It's kind of like the felon, the one who was found, liable of sexual assault in the civil court and stuff. Very loves the law. Okay.
So,
did somebody just yell absolutely 2024, 2028? You wanted it? So you would vote for Donald Trump in 2028?
I voted for him 3 times already, and he already won the second one, but
I can't believe it.
He was cheated out of it. So I understand the Constitution, but the Constitution also has
oh my God, Gwen, they are like clones.
Which they're looking at, that he could go ahead and
Oh my
possibly
God.
run a 3rd term. Would I vote for him again? Absolutely.
Do you think that Trump voters would survive if they were placed in the wilderness together? Like if we were to place them as like a group in the middle of a desert and that they had to figure out how to survive together, do you think that they would survive for very long? Yeah, I don't think they would. I suspect that they wouldn't last very long on themselves, right? I suspect that wouldn't go very well. Yeah, it'd be like live action Lord of the Flies. Yeah, exactly. Imagine, right, Dolly boy, imagine they would try to like bleed water from a rock. Yeah. They'd be like hitting on a rock and being like, well, the Bible says if you hit the rock twice, God, yeah, fuck your feelings was the campaign promise. Thelonious Dunk, you say? Okay, yes, but isn't that funny, Thelonious? Because the campaign promise was fuck your feelings, but it was really their feelings, right? It was we want our feelings to be dominant. So it was all about feelings, but they projected and said it was like anti-feelings, even though they're the snowflakes. Right, Winterlinda? See, I think we should definitely make that a TV show, right? Okay, yeah, live action Lord of the Flies. Again, though it would be kind of just like depressing to watch because like I suspect they wouldn't last very long and it might be kind of sad. But anyway.
100%.
If it was against the Constitution, which it is, would you still vote for him?
I don't think it is, sir. They've been able.
Even if it was against the Constitution, you'd vote for him?
I would.
He's the best president.
Guys, remember how my dad said yesterday that he feels that some Republicans and Democrats don't like Trump because of how he violates the Constitution, and that some MAGA people will be upset with him because he might violate the Constitution, and how I push back on that? Can I just point out that I was right? A little bit, just a smidge. And if Dad, you're watching, I love you dearly. I'm just saying, okay? This is why I'm like, they don't give a shit about the Constitution. The law is whatever Trump says it is, okay? It's the leadership principle, or Die Führerprinzip. I may have pronounced that wrong, but the Führerprinzip from Nazi Germany, okay? Like,
He's the best that we ever had. Best one we've had in all of my years of voting Republican.
This not being like a Democrat or...
Exactly.
Please don't tell me this guy's a migrant. Please don't tell me this guy's a migrant. I can't with these people. What?
Best, yeah, but we have.
Let me ask it. So I have a question for you. So he's saying, so if we could come back here. So they're saying they would vote for him again in 2020, 2028.
God.
Can you explain to them why that is against the law?
We are a republic. Yeah. We're based not on the people. We're based on the law.
Yeah. Okay. I love this argument. Have you guys heard so many Republicans recently saying we're not a democracy, we're a republic, as a way to justify how we don't have a democracy? And that's a recent thing, guys. Conservatives have not said that for very long. This is them trying to justify authoritarianism, okay? He's literally saying that it's not a government by the people. So, guys, it's not, you're right, liberals do it too, that's true. It's literally like, yeah, you can have, by the way, you can have a democratic republic. This is complicated, but it shows how they not so the argument that they actually like democracy and like America, or like the idea of American democracy. We know we never had a democracy to begin with. They don't. They're openly saying that they don't want it to be based on the people. They're like, please, I want to be cucked to people in power, and I don't want to have to have say in the government. Please, Daddy, we want an oligarchy. Tell us what to do, Elon Musk. It's like pathetic. They're literally, and he's interpreting it as we want the law, like we want it to be based off the law, not off the people. Who makes the law? Like, obviously, okay, they don't want the people to do it. They love oligarchy. Okay, that's what I'm saying. They're openly defending their love of oligarchy.
And he's a man of the law. He adheres to the law, so it's just against the law.
Oh my God. So I'm sorry, but King Louis the 16th of France. Whoops, accidentally called France England. Don't be mad at me. Okay. King Louis the 16th famously said, "C'est le roi," okay? I think that's what he said. I forget the exact word. Basically, Sista, I can't pronounce it in French, whatever. It basically says, someone asked him, one of his advisors said to him, "Sir, there's an uprising against the state." And he responded, "I am the state," with confusion. He said that because to him, there is no separation between the person, okay, the person of the king and the law. The king embodies the law. The king makes the law. The law is the king, okay? Whatever the king says is law. That guy just did the same thing for Trump. He literally just said, well, Trump is the law, right? Trump is, like Charles I. Exactly, Dolly Boy. Like, Trump is a man of the law. He embodies the law. We don't want a democracy. We want the law, and Trump is the law, okay? Like that, okay. Yeah, that is so, oh my God, as a historian, I'm loving it. It's like, yeah, thank you, Winterlinde. I can't speak French, Winterlinde. I'm an American, okay? C'est moi, okay? L'état c'est moi, okay? That's right, l'état c'est moi, right? Anyway, so like, isn't that fun? All right?
That's simple. Plus, he's almost 80 years old. He's getting up there.
I know.
And I think he's gone through enough.
Hello, Philly cheese.
Because I'm convinced that the Lord is with him because all he's been.
And now oh my God, they're doing divine right. They're doing divine right. The old kings used to say that they were in power because God put them there. They're literally like, well, God wants him there, and he is the law, okay? Like, you can't make this shit up. I'm actually like, I can see a book from where I'm sitting that has writings from the French Revolution, and a bunch of them are writings written by royalists defending the king, and they sound like the royalists that are in the book I'm looking at, okay? Oh my God. Okay.
Through, I believe the Lord is on his side, and if the Lord's for him, who can be against him?
And that's exactly right. The Lord is with him.
So what's your response to that? It is against the Constitution.
He probably will not go for because he realized his age and everything else. Somebody else.
I understand the emotion.
You know what.
But we have to go with what is.
I know.
So does that change your answer?
No, I mean I know he's not going to go for.
But if he did?
If he did, no, I'm not going to change for it. So no, I'm going to still vote for him.
You'd still vote
Jesus
for him,
Christ.
even though he'd explained that it's against the Constitution.
Yes, I'd still vote for him.
He's going to be 80 this year.
I hate these people. I really hate these people.
Do you have any concerns about Donald Trump's age?
sycophants.
No, I mean you can have dementia at 70 and you can be sharp as a tack at 90. So everyone's different.
Now, $10 says that they wouldn't have said the same thing about Biden, right?
And you think he's sharp as a tack?
You said it, Sir Bert. I didn't. You said it.
Well, he's got a lot of energy. I mean, he works like 18-hour days.
He's got a lot of energy. He literally falls. Okay. This is my dream for my Dolly Boy cult followers. I know, Dolly Boy. Good luck with that, okay?
So it looks like he's okay to me.
And there's been the videos of him kind of nodding off and...
I'm sorry, Demosthenes, for torturing you. Is everyone okay with this? Anyone, do you guys want to keep watching it? We have like 6 more minutes of it. Okay. I'm enjoying it, but I notice I don't have that many people in here. I have like 17 over on Twitch. Are we okay with watching the rest of it?
Cabinet meetings.
Well, I take a nap every afternoon, so he's 20 years older than me, so...
Okay.
Would it be traitorous to do what, Drusilla? You said, would it be traitorous to do what? Could you be specific?
That's good.
Well, what does that say?
He's refreshing.
It's okay to fall asleep in cabinet meetings.
Yeah.
Stays awake all night.
Yeah, he literally
texting,
does.
You know, that's the reason he's nodding off all the time.
Is that a good thing for the president to be doing?
Oh, hell no.
Okay.
You tell me you can be that sharp if you're up all night texting? I don't think so.
Are you a supporter of Donald Trump?
Has this guy even read his texts? I mean, his Truth Social posts. I don't exactly think that they're the epitome of awakeness, of bright awakeness, right? To vote for him against the Constitution. Drusilla, that's an interesting point. Technically, Drusilla, the U.S. military takes an oath to the Constitution. So I guess technically, if all these MAGA people are saying that they want to go against the Constitution, you could make the argument that the military should get to work, if you know what I mean. Okay, but I don't, but no, unfortunately, I don't think that'll happen.
Absolutely.
Because the military is right-wing, a bunch of lunatics too, okay, a lot of them.
Absolutely not.
Okay, I was going to say, didn't sound like Trump support.
I'm here out of curiosity. He's the president of the United States, and I'm here because he's the president of the United States for no other reason.
And
wow. No critiques there. I mean, that's a real, I don't really know what to respond to that. I don't get people who like authority figures because they're authority figures. I really don't.
So
yeah,
what
I know, Dolly Boy. It's like, I'm here because he's president. Okay, so what? You're a lemming? You automatically gravitate towards authority figures? Yeah, top not bootlicking. Okay. Jonas, how multicultural is the military? Since it's a great white Christian country, I bet they only send those folks to die. You know it, Jonas. No, of course, the main people in the military are minorities from low-income communities, which I experienced when I was a teacher. Disproportionate number of black and brown people are in the military, okay? Yeah, so.
The issues you have with Donald Trump.
You know.
Where do you start? I mean,
Right, Winterlinde?
I know he doesn't believe in global warming. I know he doesn't believe in a lot of things that I believe in, and I don't agree with anything. So,
what do you all think about climate change?
Wait, so he doesn't like? Oh, so actually he doesn't like Trump. Is that what he's saying? He literally doesn't like Trump. He's just there literally to see the president. Okay, I mean that's still weird, but fair. He could be lying though.
I don't think about it much, but when you look at the lakes over there, it's awful.
Yeah.
You know, if we're down how many feet?
It's real. It's real. I have to ask, Donald Trump has gutted the EPA, and they've kind of stopped enforcing.
Sorry, guys, I like this because it's just like a very interesting study in psychology, right?
Climate laws and going to green energy. What are your thoughts on that?
No opinion.
I think that a lot of it has to be done to save the planet. If we don't do something.
Wait a minute. So she knows that stuff has to be done to literally save human life on the planet, right? That's what saving the planet means. But she's like, I'm going to support Trump, though. Is that literally what she's saying? What? Like, no, seriously, Philly cheese. This is why, guys, I've said that America is the most dangerous country in human history. The fact that there are these people out there that are willing to vote for the guy who they know is going to result in the death of the planet and the extinction of humanity, essentially. Maybe not the extinction, but you know what I mean? She's like, oh, yeah, he should have done those things because the planet is dying, but fuck it. I'm going to vote for him anyway. I don't like how my neighbor is brown or whatever it is. Like, really, honestly, these folks are more dangerous than the Nazis were because they have America has a lot more power than Nazi Germany did in the modern age because we have nukes. We, you see what I mean? Yeah, our military carbon footprint is unhinged. Like, it's insane to me. We really are extremely dangerous as a country. And, yeah, I'm humiliated. And yes, you guys know what I'm saying.
And it's not for me, and it's not for my children or grandchildren, but it's for the future generation.
Do you want to give a message to Donald Trump about, being more climate forward?
Oh, yeah, and because I am a supporter of him.
Yeah.
She has to do the nod. She has to be like, don't worry, I'm still loyal, sir. Please, sir. Let me lick your boots some. I'm loyal. I'm sorry. I am loyal. I'm sorry. I disagree with you slightly on this, sir, but I'm loyal.
Yes. President Trump, please remember environmental and do your best to save our planet.
All right.
Yeah.
So you're here just because he's president. You want to see him in person.
I know, right, Jonas?
Yeah, I respect the fact that he's the president of the United States. and I still love this country, and I would like to see him in person, but.
And if you could give a message to Donald Trump, what would it be?
Please stop the damn war as fast as you can.
This guy actually isn't bad. I kind of like him. I like it. I like him. I wish he were anti-Trump, but at least he's like, stop the war. I don't like these policies and shit. Okay. It's also kind of brave for him to go here. Whatever. Okay. I don't know. Maybe I'm overthinking it.
We're looking at $5 a gallon gasoline this summer.
Yeah.
That'd be my message.
Would you want Donald Trump to win the Nobel Peace Prize?
Yeah,
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Do you think he deserves it?
Oh my God, please don't. Please don't.
Yes, I do.
Even after going to war with Iran?
Yes, even after with war, because they've been saying that they want terrorists, death to America, and many other presidents have always said Iran has been our greatest enemy. And
no, okay, guys. I hope for those that have watched the stream for a while, okay, I hope we all know that this person said it, therefore it must be true, is not a good way to do that, right? Like, well, the presidents have always said they're the biggest threat, therefore they must be the biggest threat, right? We understand that that's not exactly a good source, okay? Like that, we know that, right? Like you shouldn't just be like, well, that politician said that, so it must be true, right? That's not exactly a good source. And yeah, by the way, our country is run by a Christian death cult, so I find it rich that she's like, oh, those crazy radical Muslims over in Iran. I'm like, did you look around you recently? Have you seen Congress? Have you seen the military? There's like a far right-wing death cult in charge, just saying. I don't know if you... Anyway, so please don't be blindly obedient to authority figures like these people are, okay? Sir Bart, can't have un-American thinking here. I know, right, Sir Bart?
he's doing something about that. So
you think Donald Trump should win the Nobel Peace Prize?
yes.
So
yeah,
what is the opposite of peace?
Of course,
yeah,
war.
You're right, Gwen. They're also in a death cult. I should point out that these folks are in a death cult too, because Trump is driving the planet to death, okay, and the world really. Thelonious currently having their rights taken away as women, talking about how they treat women in Iran. 100% Thelonious. I didn't even make that connection. That's an excellent point.
Of course, yeah. Oh, I understand.
By the way, Iranian women have a higher rate of education than the United States, I'm pretty sure. Am I right about that, guys? Women in Iran have more education than the average American woman, I think. As I recall reading that somewhere. It's not as black and white as people think. Okay, let's put it that way. Yes, I have cultural biases. There are some things about Iran's treatment of women that I am not a fan of, but I could say the same thing about how American women are treated. Okay, there are things about how American women are treated that I'm not a fan of. All right. And other things that they do better than we do. Okay, so it's not. And in any case, it's not my business to go to war or to think that it's okay to kill children in a school because of that. I don't. Anyway.
Jim, I understand what you're saying,
J-Mac.
but how many other wars has he stopped that a lot of people from around the world have
Elevator lady, I think. Why'd you notice that elevator lady?
praised his efforts to bring peace to the world? So
he stopped some wars. He started some wars. It's a wash.
Well, not some wars.
I'm just asking the name. Does that name better?
Yeah, the name's better.
Okay. Who do you think's funnier, Jimmy Kimmel or J.D. Vance?
Oh gosh, that's a question.
Can I make a rude comment here? Neither. I'm not a fan of Jimmy Kimmel. I don't think he's that funny. I know a lot of people, especially, a lot of people like him. I just don't think he's funny. I don't think either one is that funny, to be honest with you. I get it, though. I get it. This is a lib question because a lot of, this guy's a lib. So they're all about Jimmy Kimmel, and she's all about Jimmy Kimmel. And we always gotta talk about Jimmy Kimmel. Oh, look at Trump hurting Jimmy Kimmel, whatever. Okay. Because he's like the cute, the cute moderate lib entertainer who's not that revolutionary. Let's put it that way. But honestly, neither one is funny, and yeah, he's not funny in my opinion. Regardless, he shouldn't be oppressed by Trump, but I really don't give a shit. about it, talking about him too much, to be honest with you. I know. I just don't give a shit, okay? Yeah, I mean, I guess Conan is okay. I'm still not a big fan. I'm not a big fan of any of the late night guys. Colbert is okay. So is that other guy, the guy that was British and who isn't anymore, I don't think. I don't know if he is anymore. What's his name? Okay, how dare you, Philly cheese? Well, I don't know, Sylvie. I feel like they're both just not very funny. But hello, Sylvie. So glad you're here. Thank you. John Oliver is great. Okay, John Oliver is great. Okay, or is he still British? I don't know. Or is he British and became an American? Or is he British? Did he move to America? Or does he live in the UK? I don't know. Is John Oliver still in the UK? I don't know. I get them mixed up in my head. He looks like a bird, but I really love John Oliver. I really like his stuff. Okay. I think his stuff is good. It's also very educational and comprehensive, etc. But anyway, the rest of them, I don't really care. Okay, I don't care. You look like a bird, J-Mac. No, all right. Yeah, I thought so. He lives in the U.S., right? Whatever. Okay, Jon Stewart is Jon Stewart is okay. I like Jon Stewart as a person, but he's boring. I just don't think he's funny. I don't think his jokes are kind of milquetoast a lot of times. Whatever, it's fine. You all can like who you like. I know. Now watch. Now I'm going to start talking about how Marvel sucks. I'm going to piss all of you off. Okay, whatever. It's fine. We'll go on.
JD.
JD's funnier than Jimmy Kimmel?
I do know some more news. I like some more news, Liquid Alcorn.
Jimmy Kimmel was a fool.
I think.
He's a fool?
Yeah.
What's your favorite JD Vance joke?
I don't have one.
Okay. All right, what's your first name?
Paula.
He told a joke about like Diet Mountain Dew one time, I remember. Got a couple chuckles.
And what was it?
I can't remember.
Yeah,
it was
Sir
kind of
Bart.
long. We'll play it right now.
Typical Paula.
It is the weirdest thing to me. Democrats say that it is racist to believe, well, they say it's racist to do anything. I had a Diet Mountain Dew yesterday.
That actually, I don't think I've ever seen Seth Meyers' Mithril. I mean, I've seen like clips, but I don't know much about him, so that's very possible.
And one today, I'm sure they're going to call that racist too, but it's good.
I love Always Sunny, Jonas. It's very progressive. I like Always Sunny, okay? I really like Always Sunny. Trump failed. We agreed secretly that you're just wrong about Marvel. It's okay. We still love you. Don't worry. I'm used to being right while everyone else is wrong. You know, it's the curse of being a lefty, you know? So I'm okay with being the only one in here that's right about Marvel.
I love you guys. But
we will make more liberals cry.
Is that a goal, to make liberals cry?
Yes, we're going to make liberals cry all night long. We're going
Oh my
As a matter
God.
of fact, I think the Democratic Party as
I
a
know,
party
Sylvie.
will disappear by 2028.
And then, why is that a goal
Well,
of
because
one political party to make the other ones cry? Is it just because you're winning
Yeah,
elections, or you
Thelonious.
actually want to like hurt their feelings and make them
Well,
cry?
no, we just want to make sure that
Boo, get off the stage. I hate all of you. Okay.
we win elections and, yes, hurt their feelings.
And I am now 72.
Jesus.
Oh, well, hey, you're 7 years younger than the President of the United States.
There
So.
you have it. I'm just.
That's my line. There you have it, everybody.
All right. Okay. So obviously, guys, we live in a lunatic society where lunatics run the show. The patients have taken over the asylum, so to say, and that's kind of demeaning to patients. All right. Yes, Jonas, absolutely. Okay, yes. I like Always Sunny in Philadelphia. All right. I don't know what to do, guys. Let's take a look at what else is on Discord. Go watch the thing I sent. Of course, Alyssa. I'll go up. Alyssa has been here since the beginning of my streaming. So I have a special place in my heart for Alyssa. And don't say what, Drusilla? Don't say what? What do you mean, don't say? Okay. So I can't understand why they say death to America. I always think of this, which starting at 37 minutes for a minute or two. Okay. I'll go here, Alyssa. I mean, I know why they say death to America, and I get it. So let's watch. I have a mental illness, so I'm allowed to do it. I'm kidding, I'm not. But there aren't actually asylums in the United States anymore. But yes, I shouldn't use. That is why they say, guys. That is why they say death to America. That is why they say death to America. Okay. Oh wait, I do know the Dennis system from Always Sunny. Is that what you mean? Okay. Anyway, this is why they say death to America. Obviously, obviously, obviously. Okay. Um, it may be a different language. It may be a different country. They may have different clothing than us. They might have different customs than us. But there is that universal language of human emotion that you can see in his face. And no human on the planet would be able to take that kind of abuse to himself and his family, that kind of loss, and not hate the people who did it. Okay? Because shocking, I know, but he's a human being. They're human beings and they love their children. They have grandmothers who give candy to their grandchildren, mothers who make breakfast for their children, fathers who take their son to play, I don't know, football, like soccer, I guess, or whatever. Okay, like this. I know I'm being gendered, some of those things, but you see what I mean? Obviously. And when you're constantly bombing the Middle East, which is what the United States does, whether it be with drones or with planes, and you're killing people left and right, whether it be quote unquote collateral damage or not, okay, people aren't going to be too happy, and they're not going to like you. Or if it's in case of Iran, if you support the overthrow of their democratically elected government, install a brutal, torturing, murderous dictator called the Shah, and then which causes a far-right Islamic revolution to take over, to overthrow him, you might not like the United States, especially if you keep supporting the state that keeps bombing them and killing their nuclear scientists, and then you start bombing them also. I mean, come on. I could go on and on and on and on and on and on and on. Right, Thelonious Dunk, are you condemning Hamas? I cannot, like, okay. By the way, guys, no, I don't condemn Hamas. I don't care. I am not going to condemn the enslaved people who do an uprising, who did the uprising in America. If anyone knows Nat Turner, who did a massive slave uprising, one of the largest in American history. He went from plantation to plantation, burning down plantation houses and killing men, women, and children, slave owners. Yeah, that's absolutely tragic. Unfortunately, what do you expect to happen if you enslave, beat up, and kill people for generation after generation, We don't blame a lion. If there's a lion that is cornered in a room and you poke at it with a sharp stick, and do we blame the lion when it bites you? Like, what are you expecting to happen? So, yeah, no, I don't condemn Hamas. I don't condemn what is an obvious and expected reaction by humans against their oppression, okay? Do I lament that innocent people died? Yeah, I do. But I'm not going to condemn Hamas for what was a predictable action based off what they were experiencing. Anyway, Jesus Christ. Mithril, Casual Revolt, I've been reading Our Bodies, Their Battlefield. What war does to women. Christina Lamb, while in the hospital, a lot of men's, she quotes, use very incel language. I am not surprised. I am not surprised, Mithril. I am not surprised at all. Like the manosphere is like hyper masculinizing people, and it's very violent, militant language. I am not surprised at all. Sylvie, now someone asks me to condemn Hamas. I'm going to ask them exactly, Sylvie. I'm not joking, Sylvie. This is my approach to it, and I recommend people out there do this. If anyone asks you to condemn Hamas, ask them if they condemn Nat Turner. Seriously. And then if they don't know what Nat Turner is, tell them about the largest slave uprising in American history. Okay? And if they condemn Nat Turner, then I don't know what to tell them. They have their morals kind of mixed up there. Okay. So anyway, yeah. If anyone asks you to condemn Hamas, be like, I'll condemn Hamas if you condemn Nat Turner, and then don't condemn Hamas anyway. If you condemn Nat Turner for the slave uprising he initiated in the United States, okay. Or we could even talk about the Native Americans who did uprisings against colonialism. Okay. Oh, I didn't think I was mincing words, Liquid Alcorn. Did it sound like I was mincing words? I said I don't condemn Hamas. Okay, yeah, Toussaint Louverture in Haiti, same thing. Okay, and you're right, Liquid Alcorn. So, guys, according to international law, an occupied people have a right to resist their oppressors. Okay, now, to be clear, that you don't have a right to kill innocent people, right? No one does. But that's not really the point here. Okay, my point is like, that's good. But innocent people are going to die if you mistreat a group of people long enough. In my opinion, the people that are guilty for October 7th is the government of Israel. It is not the Palestinians. It is not Hamas. It is the government of Israel, because it was absolutely predictable. You treat people that way, what's going to happen? Okay. Or like if anyone knows like the stories of those women who kill their husbands after being abused for a certain amount of time, who here goes, oh, well, she definitely should be held accountable for that. She was totally in the wrong for killing her abusive husband. All right. Like, come on. Come on. Thelonious. Oh, totally, Philly cheese. Honestly, Philly cheese, even if they hadn't, they definitely did. Like, they didn't have any soldier stationed there. Even if they hadn't, okay? Even if they hadn't, like, even if it wasn't, they didn't allow it to happen, it still wouldn't matter to me. It would still be because of the Israeli government. Okay? Yeah, no, right, Sylvie, 100%. Okay, that's true, Sylvie. Okay? Yeah, the Hannibal directive. It's very possible that they killed most of their own folks. We don't know for sure, folks. And my point here, guys, though, is that it doesn't matter to me. Either way, it doesn't matter to me. Okay? Because whether, even if it was all those people were killed by Hamas or whatever, which I don't buy for a second, and I know for a fact isn't true, okay, or I know for pretty certainly it isn't true. It's a sort of a predictable outcome. All right? To us, really. Yeah, and a noose birthday cake. I don't know, these last couple days, guys, I've been talking a lot about Gaza. I just, like, it cannot be, it's so unreal. I don't know how to describe it. It is so unreal, okay? The cruelty, it's like living in a horror film. Like, anyway, I don't know what else to say. Okay. It feels like people have moved on. I know. That's kind of why I've been talking about Philly cheese, is like, it's just like no one talks about it anymore. Okay. Liquid alicorn, at least not recently. Gaza got so much worse when Trump got into power, and it's only gotten more horrific. Yeah. 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 Honestly, though, like, Trump, as you know, Liquid Alicorn, like, Trump is not the only one to blame for this, obviously. And I don't know how much better it would have gone in Gaza had it been Kamala Harris or whatever. Maybe it would have been better. Maybe it would have been the same. Maybe it would have been worse. It definitely wouldn't have been good. Like, this is such an ongoing American policy of just enabling this genocidal state. Trump has definitely probably enabled it a lot more, because Netanyahu knows he can get away with more because of Trump. Yeah, that has gotten so much worse since the Iran war started, because they've used it as an excuse. They could use it as an excuse, okay, to go in there. Okay, Dolly, yeah, they do not. Ben Gvir was also celebrating no longer giving prisoners fresh bread. They don't have shame, Jonas. Like, they don't have any shame. Honestly, I shouldn't say this. It sounds like I'm dehumanizing, but how can you not? I see Ben Gvir and I see an orc. Like, I see, one of the distorted beasts from Lord of the Rings. I see that image of that Israeli settler laughing at a Palestinian woman, and I see a goddamn Uruk-hai, an orc-human hybrid, as you would see in Lord of the Rings. Like, I don't... Anyway, Paulo Freire, yeah, they dehumanize themselves. Paulo Freire, who was an academic theorist who I've told you guys about, always talked about how in situations of oppression, both the oppressed and the oppressors become dehumanized. Because think about it. If you treat someone like, if you act like a beast and you treat people like you abuse them, you will also no longer be viewed as human. Okay? And it has been a real struggle for me to not start dehumanizing these monsters, these goddamn fucking monsters, who are massively dehumanizing themselves. Okay. All right. And I just, yeah. No, Jonas, I literally cannot imagine being this cruel. I do not have it in me. Okay. Jonas, can you imagine being that cruel? I can't imagine being that happy about not giving them a mildly better treatment. Yeah, Jonas. So I can imagine human beings can do horrific things. They always have been able to historically. What is unusual to me is the ability of these folks to laugh while they're doing it, to mock, to find joy. Like, it seems like they love it. They love the cruelty. They delight in it. And there were Nazis like that too, but for a lot of Nazis, it was sort of a bureaucratic thing. It was like this thing where, well, I just signing the paper to send the train, and I'm just, it literally, what's her name? Hannah Arendt, who was kind of a philosopher and theorist after the Holocaust, used the phrase "the banality of evil." That for a lot of Nazis, the evil was pretty banal. It was boring. It was like paper pushers, people that were signing death warrants and like doing all this paperwork to get it done. But like you don't see that in yeah, I would say that's true, Sir Bar, in a lot of ways. Now it's not 100% cut along that line, but the Nazis were lawful evil while the Israelis were chaotic evil. Yeah, it kind of seems like that. Now, of course, like the camp guards and like the SS and stuff, they were chaotic evil too. But the administrative aspect of it's just one of the things that's different about this, I've noticed, okay? I mean, it reminds me more of the Rwandan genocide in a lot of ways. In the Rwandan genocide, the people of the Rwandan genocide, the Hutus took a lot of delight in going next door to their neighbors and slaughtering each other. And so, I mean, slaughtering their neighbors, their Tutsi and Hutu moderate neighbors. Anyway, but it still, okay. Drusilla, I don't remember. Did you watch? I have seen The Zone of Interest, Drusilla. And yeah, am I right about that, Drusilla? Like, you can even watch from The Zone of Interest how boring it is. It's very boring evil that the Nazis did in a lot of ways. Okay, yeah, Mr. King K. Mm-hmm. I know, Gwen, right? I know, Gwen. Don't dare put a cigarette in the Virgin Mary's mouth and photograph it. The IDF will come down on you. Yep. Gwen. So, Gwen, I've wanted to say this to you, okay? You do know, Gwen, that you're on the right side of history, right? Okay, and I'm saying this, I don't mean to call you out, Gwen. I know that there are people in your life, so I don't embarrass you or everything, who do not agree with your stance on this. And I bet it's hard to deal with that. Like, I can't imagine the stress on that, the stress that must be causing in some ways. But just know that all of us see, and as a historian, I see that you are absolutely on the right side of history. And I can tell that you care about this stuff because you know little facts like that. So, guys, do you remember? So Gwen just mentioned, so there were Israeli IDF soldiers in Lebanon who were kind of desecrating a statue to the Virgin Mary and stuff. And the IDF basically punished them and criticized them for doing this because there was a lot of Western Christians who got upset about it. So if you give a little bit of pushback, the IDF sometimes will change course. But isn't that annoying that, like, the pushback they got was because of the Virgin Mary having a cigarette put in its mouth, not the mass slaughter of Muslims, okay? They got, that's where they felt the most pressure was because of this Virgin Mary statue. Yeah, anyway. Okay. Anyway. So you are, Gwen. I mean, you know that, okay? And I know, Gwen, I'm not trying to, like, down talk you because you don't, like, need my approval. I'm just saying, like, I just want to say that I know that might be hard. Okay, Sir Bart, they didn't even get any real... You're right, Sir Bart. You're right. It wasn't real punishment. But, like... So there's a song called "The World Turned Upside Down," and during the American Revolution, I sound like I keep referring to the American Revolutionary today, and that's the name of the song, "World Turned Upside Down." And as the British were basically going to George Washington to give him their surrender under Cornwallis, George Washington had the American pipes and drums play the song "World Turned Upside Down." To kind of rub it in the faces of the British that, look, suddenly the peasant farmer colonists are defeating the big empire. The world is turned upside down. And this isn't the same thing, but the whole thing in Gaza and Israel is just like world turned upside down. It's like all the values of that one would expect of humanity are just inverted on their head. It's like the one area in the world where people, their values are utterly reversed. They're okay with mass slaughter. They're okay with murder. They're okay with seeing the slaughter of children. They are willing to justify the worst things imaginable, when in lots of other areas of their lives, they wouldn't do that. It's like this little safe, protected zone where morals are allowed to be inverted and no one gives a shit. And it weirds me out. It really weirds me out. Okay, really weirds me out. Yeah, so anyway. Yep, I know, Dolly Boy, which is weird because, which is ironic because it's considered the Holy Land in all places. I know, right? Boy, is that telling, huh? Philly Cheese, the number of people who supported BLM in Israel is unfortunate. I know, it makes 0 sense to me, Philly Cheese. 0 cents to me. All right, guys. What time is it? 4:00. Okay, so let's find something. I know I'm rambling on here. How's everyone doing out there? How's everyone doing out there? I am getting kind of tired. Let me just make sure that I didn't miss anything. I've only been going for like 3 hours and 40 minutes, though. So I'm going to put my face up here. All right. Oh, thank you so much, Dolly Boy, for the 400 bits, really. Thank you very much for the 400 bits. All right, so would you guys, let me see what else. Let's find one more thing to watch, and then maybe we will, I'll see here. I might go after that, but I'll see. How power uses religion, that looks good. Ooh, you know what? Let's do a palate cleanser. Are you here, Fetty Spaghetti? Are you here, Fetty Spaghetti? Fetty Spaghetti always sends us really good palate cleansers. Let's do this palate cleanser. So this is from Fetty Spaghetti. I'll put it up on the page. Yeah, praise be the Dolly Boy cult. You all sicken me, okay? You all sicken me. So this is from Fetty. This is a video called Deep Fried Brie. Now, brie is a delicious kind of cheese, okay? And we ought to all eat brie at least once in your life because brie's awesome. So let's watch Deep Fried Brie video.
Oh, I didn't think of this one first. Brie is like the king of cooking cheeses.
Yes.
Usually baked, but we're gonna deep fry it. We're
Oh my
gonna
God.
have to use the big pot today. All right, we've officially entered into
Fetty.
the fun zone. Bon appetit.
Oh my God, I want it.
Now that's
I love mozzarella sticks and shit. I like any kind of fried cheese.
the kind of frying you want to see in a cheese. It free floats, and we'll flip it.
Yeah, right? Right, elevator lady?
Hey, we'll do a better job flipping it in the future. It looks like a turtle. Oh, that's just so much oil. This thing's not going to explode on me, is
Oof,
it?
look at that shit.
Oh, it's burst open, I see. Well, I guess now's as good a time as any to get that out of
I
there.
know.
Oh my God. All right.
I know. I don't blame you, Jonas. Battered Mars bars are delicious. I've had like fried Snickers. So like at a lot of festivals and fairs in the United States, you can get like fried Oreos, fried Twinkies, fried Snickers. And they're so good. They're so bad for you. It's like the worst thing on the planet you can eat, but fuck it. You only live once, right? I'm sure this will kill me if I eat it, but fuck it, right? I live in the United States. What else is there to live for? Might as well eat badly while I'm here. Okay, anyway.
Let's open it up and see how we did. Let's smear it on a
Yeah, Renfest, Mac. Oh my God, you're so right, Thelonious Dunk. Okay, yeah, Renfest fries, mac and cheese balls. Amazing.
And go. Okay, here
I don't get it, Dolly Boy. Did you invent them? Did you invent Mars bars?
we go. Oh, God.
Oh my God, look at that. Look at that. Oh my God, elevator lady. Oh my God, elevator lady. We're going to eat, elevator lady, when we go tornado hunting, we're going to eat fried brie in the car, okay?
Straight up tastes like vegetable oil. All the subtlety of the brie.
Hello, Inverted Panda. It's been a while since I've seen you. So glad to see you here.
Is
It hasn't been a while. I saw you yesterday. Whatever.
Gone, and it's just an oily It's vegetable oil.
Oh, maybe it isn't that great.
We ruined it. Well, that was a waste of.
Honestly, I think we should have put bread. He should have put breading on it. He should have put breading on it. I think he should have definitely breaded it up a bit, or at least maybe broken it into sections and then breaded it.
Cheese and a waste of oil. So I'm gonna have to give the deep fried brie a 0 out of 5.
Aw.
Bop, 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 bop.
That's depressing. Aw. Well, that ended sad. Okay, that ended very sadly. Inverted Panda, I'm always here lurking in the shadows, but so busy with work. I got you. No problem, Inverted Panda. Okay. That was Fetty, you depressed me. I wanted it to taste. We're going to have to find another one now. I need another one. That was not a palate cleanser, Fetty. That was me. That was my palate being disappointed. Okay? How dare you? All right? Oh, what? Someone says that this says that Putin appears to be losing his grip on power. What the fuck? Okay, I don't know about that. Okay, yeah, exactly. You're right, Dolly Boy. Palate edged. Let's see what we got here. You know what? Honey, wake up. He's making cat food sausage again. Oh my God, disgusting. Okay. Is this going to be fun? Is this, wait a minute. Is it, I want real food. I want to see real food. Fetty, is this not real food? Is this like cat food? Yeah, no, it said that video said that Putin's losing his grip on power. Fetty, okay, fine. I'll find my own. Okay, well, we'll watch this one, I guess. Why not?
And welcome back.
Yeah, which would be nice if he was, but that just looked like one video, and I haven't heard anything that he's losing power.
I guess I'm back and with a new zest for life. It's not every day that you're saved by divine intervention from a hot egg exploding in oil. Not a drop landed on me. Not a single drop of oil. And
No.
I said a small bag, Mrs. Sausage. A small bag. I'm not going to make a 6.5-pound Meow Mix sausage. This is more like,
Come on, you got to be kidding me, Fetty. This is not hungry. No, we're not watching it. No, Fetty. I'm putting my foot down. Okay, you are misbehaving, Fetty. No, we're not going to no. We're done. We're done with it. I need something good, okay? I need something that looks good. Unacceptable, Fetty. Unacceptable. That's it. We're going to find something better, okay? We're going to find something better than this garbage. I don't want to... that's gross, and it's making me, like, want to puke. How dare you, Fetty, okay? You'll be cured. I know I will, Fetty, but how dare you, Fetty? You know me too well. Let's watch something else, though. Okay, it is rage-inducing. I want, like, real food, okay? I'll have to find something myself now. You know I will, Fetty. How do you know? Why do you know that I'm alone, Fetty? Okay, anyway. Let's see here. Let's watch, I don't know. What's that one lady who does, I don't know, Best Burger. Let's watch how to make a burger because I'm an American. All right, Best Burger. Best Burger. All right. Oh, you know what? I'll show you. Guys, I have an idea. There is a place near me, a place in Central Ohio, that has massive burgers, and it's really famous. I'll show you real fast. Let's watch this guy eat it. Why not? It'll be fun, okay? It'll make me feel at home, okay? And it burned down, but then... And then it didn't burn down. Okay. So, and now it's back. Okay, let's watch this.
Honestly,
so,
this is just ignorance.
Okay, this is near where I live, and there's a place called Thurman's Cafe, and it has the best burgers you've ever had, right? And we've already listened to that, Thelonious. I think you sent it, actually. That's okay. We'll watch that in a second, Eunice. That's a good idea. They have massive burgers. One's called the Terminator, all right? Even though they try to bring That's my city. That's where I am. Not literally where I am. Drusilla, you disgust me, Drusilla.
And now our little same people calling my name.
There it is.
Kinda funny how this Hey, what's going on, guys? Thank you for clicking on the video. We just got to Thurman's Cafe here in Columbus, Ohio. You might remember this place. I came here about 3 months ago with my buddy Brandon Campbell right before our powerlifting meet, and I got the Thurman burger, okay? This was one of the best burgers I've ever...
Look at that shit. Okay, look at that shit. You want to have a heart attack today? Do it for free. I mean, it's not free. It's a big burger, okay? Oh, God damn it. I keep clicking the wrong buttons, guys. I'm so clumsy. All right, here we go. It's a burger, Dolly.
You want to get a Terminator.
The Terminator is like this massive goddamn burger, okay? I wouldn't recommend it. It's just too big.
Oh man, you said the Terminator.
But like, this is very American, obviously, okay?
How much is the Terminator? 20 bucks? $21.99? Worth it. Does anyone actually finish?
You have to wait for up to like 3 hours to even get, you have to wait for like 3 hours to even get a seat here because it's a pretty small place and it's always sold out.
The Terminator? Sure. All right, I'm gonna give it a try. All right.
I swear that right now, man, I'm feeling so free, cause I keep my head so high.
Yeah, there it is, the Terminator. Cheeseburger, right?
2 12-ounce burgers, and we got to also keep in mind that we've got an hour-and-a-half drive home, so I'm gonna call it quits at a certain level of misery. Hopefully I have enough self-discipline to do that, but nonetheless, it's gonna be pretty awesome.
Yeah.
Honestly, this is just ignorant.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mithro. You're right. Mithro, I'm so sorry. Mithro actually just had a. Yeah, that's right. You had a heart attack, didn't you, Mithro? I'm sorry. I won't joke. Has anyone here had a stroke? You know what? Never mind. I won't joke about any of the conditions that are often affecting people. Okay, I apologize, Mithro. Okay, though admittedly, guys, this will give you a heart attack. So please be careful about it. Okay. I think Mithro's joking, but okay.
What the heck? I don't know if you guys can tell how big this burger is. 24 ounces. I don't even know how you're supposed to go about eating this thing. We'll figure it out one way or another. So you can tell, Corey got the Thurman burger, and this thing alone is pretty huge.
Look at that.
This is a 12-ounce. This is going to be probably the hardest challenge I've ever done in my life. I honestly don't even know, like...
Okay, yeah. Like, honestly, I don't see the purpose in ordering it.
Dude, there's just no way.
Look at that.
You can take a bite of this thing.
Yeah. Like, how would you... So, I will say, though, their burgers are delicious and their fries are amazing, okay? So there, that's the that's the Terminator. They also have these delicious onions on them. They have tons of different burgers. They also have, like, a mushroom and Swiss burger. They got a blue cheeseburger. Let's watch the one sent to us, detach your jaw like a snake, right? Okay, no one clipped that. No one clipped that. I just realized as soon as I did it that it was going to be taken out of context. No one clipped that, okay? No one saw that. Okay, let's watch what Jonas sent us, okay? Okay,
British
Drusilla,
cuisine gets such a bad rap, but
don't you dare, Dolly boy. Don't you dare. No, stop it. I see it. I already see it. I see the revolt breaking out in chat. Don't you dare. No, Thelonious. Drusilla. Okay.
whether or not you want to admit, African, Caribbean, Asian cultures are now entwined with British culture, and with that comes their food. So today, I'm going to be trying Somalian food for the first time. Man, let's get it.
I have not eaten yet. I'm trying to get there in a rush. These glasses give me plus 10 speed.
Free drinks in the house.
I have finally arrived. I'll be honest, I don't recognize
Body Swap, I forgive you. I can't be mad at you, Body Swap.
There's too many things on this menu, but you cannot go wrong with chicken and rice.
I had chicken sukor, which was basically cubed chicken, seasoned rice.
Oh my God, look at that. That looks amazing.
Some salad on the side. They gave me a soup as an appetizer, and it wasn't bad. It tastes very earthy and very fresh. I think it probably was vegetable. Off the bat, they serve pasta as well as rice with the chicken, and they also have banana. Apparently, it's very common, it's very popular. I'll be honest, I wasn't really a big fan of the banana. The rest of the food was hitting until I thought I was a big man and tried to add that spice they had. That spice had me like...
I don't think my taste buds ever experienced anything like this. Just finished, and I am stuffed. But it almost gave me Mediterranean vibes. Overall, I'll give it a solid 8 out of 10. I'm about to take the...
So Somalia, guys, is kind of at this crossroads of a bunch of different cultures, and because it's like it lies right, it's in Africa, right next to the Middle East, also close to the Mediterranean. It's like an intersection of a bunch of different cultures and stuff. So I imagine I don't know if I've ever had Somalian food, but I imagine it's pretty it's really good. Okay, I'm guessing.
Biggest stuff in my life. I'll be easy.
British cuisine.
That looked amazing.
Gets such a bad rap, but whether or not you want to admit, African, Caribbean, Asian cultures are now entwined with British culture, and with that comes their food. So today, I'm going to be trying Somalian.
Yes, okay. Amazing. Okay, thank you for that, Jonas. I'm going to look at this one. Did anyone send, I thought someone sent another one that we could watch. I just want another food thing. I don't know. I know maybe I'm boring all of you. I want another food thing, though. Okay, let's look at bull testicles, right? I'm sorry. That sounded bad. What I meant to say was let's look up Rocky Mountain oysters so that you know that we're not making it up when we talk about it. Rocky Mountain oysters. Okay, shh. Don't you dare, elevator lady. Don't you dare. Okay, don't you dare. I have done so many accidentally clippable shit. Okay, that's disgusting. I don't know if I can watch. Okay, I'm calm. I'm calm. I'm sorry. It just looks disgusting. Oh, I don't need to see them peeling it. Okay, can we? I can't. I don't know if I want to watch that shit. That's gross. Okay, you know what?
Colorado is a state known for
Oh, that looks gross to me. Let's just watch this. Let's watch him eating them already fried.
its
okay?
glorious snow-capped mountains, its world-class ski and snowboarding resorts, and of course its extremely high concentration of craft breweries. Really good craft breweries. If you're a beer guy, that's a big deal. Though on a map, the Centennial State looks like it could be part of the Midwest, Colorado is actually part of the Mountain West or the Southwest, depending on where you're standing in the state. The western part of the state is very...
Okay, LaCroix, do you actually like Rocky Mountain oysters? Come on, seriously. Seriously, do you actually like them? Who likes them? They're so rubbery. I had them once and I'm like, no, thank you. Okay? They're not good, LaCroix. What do you mean they're fine? Okay? They're subpar at best. Like get calamari or something. Jesus. Okay, Dolly Boy, they are bad. They're not like, okay, whatever. Dolly Boy says more like Cocky Mountain oysters. Am I right? Ha ha ha! Dolly Boy, you're so funny. Anyway,
mountainous, while the eastern side is mostly
fine, LaCroix.
and rolling hills.
Well, of course you would, Sir Bart. You're a degenerate, but like at least LaCroix has some class. I can imagine that LaCroix at least, Dolly Boy, would have better taste than that.
Which was the perfect environment for early settlers to take up cattle ranching. As you can imagine, life in the 1800s before indoor plumbing and air conditioning wasn't easy, especially.
No, look, Alcom, we're talking about Rocky Mountain oysters. We're talking about bull testicles, okay?
When you're trying to settle like unknown territory for the first time. So as a way to eat inexpensively and cut food waste, cattle ranchers experimented with often disposed of very unique cuts of meat. Unique. Yeah, we'll leave it at that. Welcome back to Cooking the States, where we cook a famous dish from a different state in every...
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm bored with this video. Did someone send me a different food video? Obviously the quality of the stream is decreasing. Okay, Matt Saga, what is it? What is it, Matt Saga? Is this something about Gaza? I'm gonna lose my mind. Because we need... Okay, let's watch this. Okay, let's watch it. If it's gonna be good, let's watch it. So he's harassing I know, Philly cheese. Sylvia, I'm fully open to having a crush on someone. Okay, this is a racist guy harassing an Asian woman aboard the train in the UK.
Shut the fuck.
There we go. There we go. Yeah! Now that was a good outcome, okay? That was based. All those men stood up almost immediately. They were waiting for it, okay? You know that they wanted an excuse to get up. That is good, okay? That's how it's done. That's how it's done, okay? All those men immediately stood up, okay? Okay. All right, amazing. Thank you, Matt Saga. That did cheer me up a little bit. Okay, you're right. It did make me happy. Now, did someone else send another food video for me? Because I want a good food video, okay? This one, Sir Bart, what's this?
Welcome, people. My name is Babe Meets Food, former ESPN #1 ranked competitive eater in Europe, insatiable gurgitator.
Oh my God, that's obscene. Though, admittedly, this is 21 minutes, Sir Bart. Have you lost your mind? Okay, you know what? I'm gonna save this one for later. And then what's the thing you told me about the McMaster? The McMaster breakfast? No, we might go back to the one, Sir Bart. Okay, McMaster. Oh my God, that is a big hunk of meat. Jesus, that's a lot of meat. Is this it?
All right, let's check out our full English breakfast from Mighty Bite in Hortonley Spring. Mighty Bite. Let's check it out. Breakfast on here.
I do like English breakfast. Just please do not give me the blood pudding. I mean, not the blood pudding, the black pudding. Not a fan of black pudding. You can leave that off the plate.
full English breakfast, 6.40. That's tempting, like. Few people on Facebook recommend that.
6.40 for a full English breakfast.
I might try some food. So I'm just after a full English breakfast, please. Check that out, guys. What we got on there? We've got some French toast. We've got a fried egg. We've got bacon, mushrooms under there. We've got tomatoes, sausages, beans. We've got it all. We've even got black pudding under there. I've never tried black pudding in my life. I'm going to give this a...
You can skip the black pudding.
But I'm going to dig it straight in with the sausages and beans, I reckon. The sausages, for me, is always the best part of the breakfast. Let's see if these are decent. Nice and soft.
Mithril. I'm sorry. There's something wrong with your taste buds. I'm just going to say it.
Really nice sausages, them.
Yeah, that is actually really inexpensive. Like in the United States, that would be like $20-some or like $13, $14 for a breakfast that big.
Kind of reminds us of the ones you get from the Morrison's Cafe. That's what it tastes like.
Drusilla, just don't.
We've also got some fried toast in here as well. Let's give this a go. That's lovely as well. I haven't had a good full English breakfast in ages. And I'm absolutely starving this morning, so I'm well excited to get stuck into this. Some egg.
This is good. I like watching this.
Very
this is
nice.
Relaxing.
I'm not a massive fan of mushrooms. I'll see if I can get the bacon
I
out
love
from
shrooms.
underneath here.
Mushrooms are delicious, guys.
There's our...
I've tried blood pudding. I don't like blood pudding. I don't like black pudding or blood pudding. Okay, I'm going to see what else we got. Someone sent another one in the chat here. Oh my God. Fetty, you finally were successful. Okay, let's watch this. I've wanted some cheese, right? I need this right now too. I needed some cheese, okay? This is cheese, all right? This is some real cheese shit. So this is a Italy's biggest mozzarella balls, okay? Oh my God, please. Put it in my mouth, dear God, all right? Let's watch this. I love mozzarella. Oh my God, look at that. Oh my God. Now, you literally could fry that whole thing and have a giant fried mozzarella stick. Yes, it is, Drusilla. It is squirting. Look at that shit.
Hi guys, this is Claudia, and today I'm in Battipaglia in the Campania region in South Italy.
When I swear
where
to
I'm
God,
going to see how they make the world's biggest mozzarella. In this dairy, they have made 20-30 kilo mozzarella. That is like way more than the average one.
Oh my God.
As a Southern Italian, my
calm down, Jonas. Calm down, okay?
favorite food.
You're being cheesy, Jonas. Ha ha ha. Get it? Get it? Because it's okay.
It's definitely mozzarella. Forget pasta, pizza, and all those things that are sold all over the world as like typical Italian things. Mozzarella.
Yeah, you're welcome, Body Swap. Thank you. Body Swap, you always know exactly what to say. Thank you. You get a boop. Boop. Everyone should be more like Body Swap. Body Swap says, thank you, gastrointestinal genius, for food stream. Now, Body Swap, I am slightly angry at you because it is gastronomical genius, not gastrointestinal genius. The phrase is gastronomical genius, okay? So I am a little bit insulted by that, and I'm going to do a bromp, to remove the last boop. So try better with your compliment in the future, okay? But I do appreciate you, Body Swap, okay? At least you tried.
Is the real deal. So I'm really curious to see how these massive ones are made. Let's go check it out.
Sir Bart, you're so funny. Oh my God. That is so funny. Sir Bart, I don't even know if I want to say that out loud. I want to know if Sir Bart has an excellent comeback to my meanness to Body Swap. Sir Bart just said CR is also a gastrointestinal expert, though. Sir Bart, I swear to God, Sir Bart, I swear to God, okay? Oh my goodness, Sir Bart. Okay, Drusilla, don't you laugh at him. Don't you laugh at him. Matt Saigai, what, Matt Saigai? What do you want? Okay, what do we want? Yes, Trump failed. It's a gay joke, okay?
Some say that the Campania region is the birthplace.
No, LaCroix, no, I'm not going to explain that. LaCroix, I hate you so much. I'm not going to explain Sir Bart's joke to class. You all You all can decide that. Okay, you all can decide what that joke means. No, I don't have Crohn's disease, Jonas. I don't have Crohn's disease. What do you mean?
The mozzarella. The name even comes from the local dialect mozzare, which means cutting by hand. Mozzarella from this Italian region is made with buffalo milk, and this dairy makes it in a variety of shapes.
Oh my God, look at that. Oh.
Its brightest star?
I feel like they made those look like that on purpose. I feel like they made those look like that on purpose. Now, I am just an innocent little gay guy. I don't know what this could possibly be, but I have a guess. They made these look like this on purpose, okay? Anyway, I'm gonna, all right.
This one, called zizzone.
Right, body swap. That's what I was thinking too. No, anyway, that's hilarious, body swap. I want to touch the cheese Audi belly button. I'm sure body swap, right?
La zizzona di Battipaglia è una mozzarella di bufala, 100% latte di bufala.
Oh my God, he's so
molto
Italian.
grande. Parliamo di pezzature che vanno da 1 chilo.
Mainly because he's speaking Italian, whatever. Okay.
Che partono da 1 chilo e possono arrivare fino a 30-40 kg e ha la particolarità di avere un capezzolo sulla testa della mozzarella che ricorda un po' il seno materno che caccia il latte. La zizzona prende il nome da una parola del dialetto della nostra terra.
I know, so do I, elevator lady. I just want to squish the cheese. Excuse me, folks. Elevator lady and I are trying to watch a video. Please focus, okay?
Vuol dire il seno della madre, che il seno che caccia il latte.
I agree.
Caseificio la fattoria.
You say enormous cheese nipples, Paul Squat. You all make me sick, okay? You all make me sick. All right? And
was established in 1988 by the Paraggio family to honor a generation-old tradition started in 1930. Overall, the dairy makes over 9 tons of mozzarella a day, 4,000 of which are zizzonas.
La lavorazione della zizzona è studiata in modo tale che la pasta al suo interno ha una certa solidità, una certa forza.
Well, oh my God, it looks so good. Oh my God. Sir Bart, I know you are. I'm very proud of you, Sir Bart. Here, you get a boop, Sir Bart. Boop. Well done, holding back your degeneracy, okay?
Deve essere retinata, cioè deve avere una struttura tale da poter trattenere al suo interno il latte.
Come on, Inverted Panda, they're Italians. Like, sometimes I can't tell if it's on purpose or they're just being Italian, right? Like, I do think they did it on purpose, that they look like boobs. I gotta tell you, I'm pretty sure they did it on purpose. You're right, though, Inverted Panda. Like, I shouldn't blame all of you. Clearly, they made it look like boobs, okay? They even, like, look, it's a nipple. And then he pulls it out like there's two, whatever. I feel gross, but okay.
Che si utilizza durante la lavorazione, in modo che quando la vai a tagliare, il piatto si riempie di latte e quando la vai a mangiare, la stessa bocca, lo stesso palato viene inondato dai sapori e dalla
Oxpecker got the joke. Good.
fragranza del latte fresco.
Yeah, that's true, Mr. Kincaid. Where do we think the outer signal? Calm down, outer signal. Outer signal says this video is awakening something inside of me. Okay. Good for you, okay? God, yeah, go get a room. Okay, so Mr. Kincaid says, well, where do you think the milk comes from? I know where it does, okay?
And now the main event.
Oh my God, I want these.
It's time to see how a 66-pound zizzona is made.
It literally, the name of it literally sounds like Titsona. Did you hear that? Yes, Paul Squaw. Thank you, Paul Squaw.
Mozzarella production at the dairy starts early, at about 3 a.m., when milk comes in from the farm.
Oh my God, look at those chunks.
Whey is drained from milk to get these blocks of curd, which in Italian is called cagliata.
Yeah, outer signal. True.
The curd is cut into smaller pieces, and it's placed into this machine, which will cook it at about 96 degrees Celsius.
Oh my God, look at that.
That's about 204 degrees Fahrenheit.
I just want to shove my face into that and like move it, or like, I don't know. It just looks so delicious.
This stretchy dough that
I'd probably die. I might be hot. I might suffocate to death. Let's see here. Sir Trump failed. CR just heard tits once and became a 13-year-old boy. What do you mean? I swear to God. I swear to God.
Is now ready to be turned.
I know,
into
LaCroix. I know. I know I'd be severely burned. It'd be worth it, though.
So this is a piece of fresh mozzarella that has just come out of the machine. I'm just gonna give it a bite. Let's go.
Oh Oh my God, that looks amazing.
Like this one hasn't been salted yet.
That's right,
actually,
parkours. And I'll say, and you know what I'll say to that, parkours, when they say he knew the risks, I'll say, yes, I did.
It's very warm. It's not as, you would expect mozzarella to be very warm because it's fresh.
Trump failed, I swear to God.
Very good. Very good.
Yeah.
As you can see, the dough is needed in a few smaller formats, but we're not interested in those. Yes, that's right. This is what we're all here for. So,
what are
the big
they all
stuff.
here for?
When the curd is ready, it takes 2 workers to knead it and transfer it to a pool of
Wait, I
salty
don't get it. What are we here for?
water. Because of its
Jonas,
size,
I swear to
the
God.
giant Zitzona has to bait in the pool for a bit
Oh,
to make
gotcha,
sure
Laquan.
that the curd holds together perfectly. So when it's ready to be lifted, it comes out like this.
That's possible, parkours. False squaw.
Here you go, 30 kilos. That's a whopping 66 pounds.
Fetty, why do you say things like this, Fetty? Why do you make my mind wander? How dare you?
When a giant Zitzona is born, the team at the dairy will for sure not keep that a secret. They will pose next to it for a photo. I couldn't resist either.
There, Gwen says if I were gay, she's my type. Oh my God.
La differenza nella lavorazione c'è perché bisogna lavorare la pasta in modo tale da fargli conservare quella sua caratteristica di cacciare il latte.
Hey, parkours, it adds more protein.
Però contemporaneamente bisogna fare in modo che
they really ought to. I'm sorry. I know I can't help it. You know how they say it has to have a thicker structure? They really should spell that with 2 C's, right? And without the K, it has a thicker structure. You know what I mean? Anyway.
La pasta sia strutturata meglio perché chiaramente il prodotto pesa di più, quindi quando lo metti sul piatto, se non è strutturata bene, collassa su se stessa e perde la forma. Quindi più sono grandi le zizzone e più ci vuole una
Sir Bart, you know what's like mainly your fault, right? Sir Bart's like, what made this community so erotic? Sir Bart, look in the mirror. Okay, look in the mirror. You're largely to blame.
Abilità, una manualità particolare per riuscire a farlo venire bene.
If you're worried about food waste, fear not. These giant-sized mozzarellas are only made bespoke for big events, big dinners, or those sorts of events where everybody comes in hungry for cheese. You might have also noticed that the workers aren't wearing gloves. Here's why.
Gisela, I hate you.
Tutte le mani dei nostri operai vengono sanificate con dei prodotti che igienizzanti, ovviamente
oh my God, elevator
a norma di
lady.
legge.
You all are disgusting, you know that? All of you make me sick. I'm gonna have to put you all in timeout, all right?
Assolutamente commestibili e i guanti non vengono utilizzati perché
we don't use gloves because this is entirely artisanal job. Okay?
Questo lavoro è un lavoro.
God, I can't help it. Now you guys are gonna make me want to make jokes like this. He's like, we shouldn't. I'm not gonna wear gloves. I'm like, well, maybe you should put on protection. You know, you got to have some kind of protection. Like, I can't. Like, there's too many jokes that we can make. All right.
Lavoro del tutto artigianale. Il lavoro del mastro casaro è come il lavoro del falegname, è come il lavoro dello scultore o del pittore. Quindi i guanti ci farebbero perdere quella sensibilità sulle mani, sul tatto, che ci permettono invece di formare le mozzarelle, le trecce, le zizzanie.
Body swap. You get your boot back, body swap. Boop. Body swap says, I'm sorry for making you sick. I just really like cheese and Italian bears. Oh, I love that body swap. That's good.
Nel modo più corretto. Lavoriamo a temperature, la pasta filata viene cotta ad una temperatura di circa 96 gradi, quindi le nostre mani lavorano sempre costantemente a temperature di 80-85 gradi e quindi non c'è nessun rischio di contaminazione.
The giant Zitzona is incredibly popular on social media. The dairy has realized this and made the most of it. Its Instagram is filled with videos of fresh mozzarella. The platform is also used to run contests, competitions, and to sell products directly to customers.
La pubblicità che si utilizza sui social è sicuramente una pubblicità più autentica, più vera, perché si scavalcano tutte le agenzie di marketing, quindi non è quella pubblicità studiata a tavolino, ma è una pubblicità che viene fatta con la stessa artigianalità con cui si lavora il prodotto, ovvero noi entriamo con i telefonini nelle sale di lavoro.
Really? Montana's not safe? You see, we go into the production rooms. Look at those. Look, all those balls in there. Those balls of cheese, by the way. Like, look at all that.
Riprendiamo i veri dipendenti che stanno lavorando e quindi riusciamo a fare una fotografia o un video di quello che succede.
Oh my God, Paul Squaw, you're right. All that mozzarella with some basil, tomato, balsamic vinaigrette. Oh my God, Paul Squaw. You're so right.
Realmente all'interno della nostra azienda.
Really,
e per noi che siamo legati durante il lavoro ad una tradizione e ad una familiarità, questo è molto importante.
Wow.
So far it's been a beautiful day. The sun is shining and there is a giant mozzarella statue behind me. I've seen a 30-kilo mozzarella come to life.
Outer signal from now on, I don't want mozzarella unless it has a nipple on it.
It was absolutely incredible. I've never seen anything like this in my life. It took 2 people to lift it, and the moment they cut it open, it released so much milk that I had to just like take a step back.
I will say, I think it's funny how they're like, well, don't worry, there's no waste, and yet they're like letting milk pour all over the place. Like, I suspect there's some waste here. It's okay, though. It's not as bad as America is, probably, with how much we waste.
What do you think of this 66-pound mozzarella? Would you have one bespoke for your next big dinner or for your birthday? I, for sure, would prefer this to a birthday cake. Let us know in the comments below.
Oh, really interesting inverted panda. Oh my God, look at that. Yeah, that's true. Okay, that was... Fetty, you went back to being number 1. You're number 1 in my heart, Fetty. You get a boop. Boop. After that failure of the last video, which just pissed me off, Fetty. This, you've renewed my faith in you. I'm an asshole. Okay, you're fine. Okay, thank you, Fetty. All right, look at your link. Okay, what is it, Matt Guy? What is it? So, okay, Zoran Mamdani, when I came into office, we uncovered a $12 billion budget deficit. Today, I'm proud to say we brought it down to 0. We didn't close the gap on the backs of working people. We closed it while funding parks, libraries, safer streets, and making historic investments in public housing. Call it pothole politics. Call it democratic socialism. It's government that delivers for the people who make the city run. That's what New Yorkers deserve, and that's what we will keep fighting for every single day. Oh, that's cute. That's really great. He already plugged it. He already plugged the... He already paid for the budget deficit. Amazing. This is why we need Sharia law everywhere. Okay, New York Sharia law is amazing, and guys, watch. The media isn't going to give him any credit. They're going to scream about the deficit, but then as soon as he brings it down, they're probably going to stop talking about it. Okay, let's watch the video.
New York, it's executive budget season, and I'm proud to announce that our city's budget is fully balanced. This budget isn't just about numbers on a page. It determines if our libraries get funded, if a street is safe to cross, if snow is actually shoveled after a storm. And you deserve to know exactly how we got here. We inherited a $12 billion budget deficit. We are speaking about a fiscal crisis at the scale greater than the Great Recession. Was the Great Recession? Great Recession.
Yeah.
Many said the only way out of this was slashing services and passing an austerity budget. We rejected that. After months of painstaking work, that deficit is now 0. Our city is now on
correct. Absolutely, outer signal. Sylvie, spread your woke communist Sharia. Exactly, please.
We achieved this in 2 major ways: increasing revenue and support from Albany, and cutting waste and finding savings here in New York City. Thanks to Governor Hochul, State Senate Majority Leader Andrea Stewart-Cousins, Assembly Speaker Carl Hastings.
No, Gwen, he belongs to us. Okay, he belongs to us. Okay, and just because you're a migrant, Gwen, doesn't mean that you get to take him from the United States. Okay, that he is ours. All right, he is not going to be PM in the UK. All right, he's ours. Okay, hands off my man, Gwen.
And months of organizing from New Yorkers, we tax the rich. That tax alone will raise $500 million per year. And that's not all. Thanks to Governor Hochul and our partners in Albany, we finally got a better deal for New York City. We're getting billions more from the state to help tackle the gap. At the same time,
Philly cheese, he's an American, okay? God bless Americans. I will not let this American be taken by the redcoats, okay? He is ours.
We've been poring over the city budget to identify savings. We reduced unnecessary overtime and found smarter ways for government to deliver services. This all added up to $1.77 billion in total savings. Our budget isn't just about closing deficits. It's about building a city New Yorkers can actually afford. On day 8 of our administration, we announced a historic partnership with Governor Hochul to finally deliver universal childcare. That's $1.2 billion in
I know, Jonas.
And this was just the beginning. Investments in citywide trash containerization, cheaper groceries, safer streets, relief for taxi drivers are all on the way. And we're increasing
Amazing.
funding for
By the way, this video is also really well done. It's not like that centrist video, right? Remember that centrist video with those boring people?
Parks,
the music actually works on this one.
Cultural institutions. I promise to make sure you were part of this budget process every step of the way. This is your city. These are your tax dollars. And this budget should reflect your priorities. We're proud to put forward a budget for the working people of this city. And we're going to do it again next year. And next year.
Totally body swap. Oh, so good. So good. I love him. Okay. Oh, Sir Bart, have fun, Sir Bart. Have fun, all right? Practice as much as you can. It's okay to be quiet once in a while, though, okay? You know. Bye-bye, Sir Bart, okay? Why'd that sound so offensive when I said that? It's okay to be quiet once in a while. I guess, what do I mean by that? I don't know. I mean, just, I don't know what I mean. Okay, whatever. Just enjoy it. Okay, I'm tired. So, guys, I'm going to put my face up. All right. I'm always harassing Sir Bart. I hope Sir Bart knows it's only because I love him. Do you think he's here? Do you think he still hears me, or do you think he's already left and I'm gonna have to tell him again? Okay, whatever. So, don't speak with your mouth full. Oh my God, LaQual, you disgust me. Okay. So, all right, guys, I'm gonna go. I'm tired. I'm very tired, and I'm like, yeah, quiet peace is healthy. No, I heard him. I heard what he said. I'm very tired, though, okay? It's not my fault. Matt Saigai forced me to watch it. I was tired, and I wasn't motivated to begin with. Okay, so, guys, I love you all very much. I'm going to go now, though. Tomorrow is my day off. I might stream tomorrow anyway. Oh, my God, my back. Oh, my back. Oh. So keep an eye out to see if I do stream. Yeah, I might stream. I don't think I will, though, okay? First of all, guys, you know what I'm about to say. First of all, free Palestine, right? Free Palestine. Second of all, never stop resisting. The easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves. The easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves, and that includes when you watch me. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. See what other people are saying. Don't get caught in an information silo, because the easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves. We're living in a fascist moment in this country. Fascism thrives in an environment where people have lost faith in their democratic institutions. We need major reforms, revolutionary change. You cannot stand in the center. Don't stand in the center. The fascists will walk all over you. On the wall behind me is a sword. The name of that sword is Chainbreaker. It is thought to have been responsible for the death of 7 slave owners. I have it back there to remind everyone that our ancestors made some major sacrifices for some of the things we have today. Please do not let their sacrifice go to waste, and always fight for a better future. And on that note, folks, I'm going to send you guys on the Twitchers over somewhere else. Okay, so let me send you somewhere else on Twitch. Twitch. Anyone have a suggestion? Yeah, the Twitchers. You're all Twitchers. Okay, hope I made you all Twitch. Where is the anyone have a suggestion here? I might just do Tina too. Tina 2 looks kind of silly. Anyone have a good suggestion? Bye-bye, Gwen. Bye-bye, guys. By the way, bye-bye, body swap. Bye-bye, everyone. So anyone have a suggestion for who you want me to send you to? I could send you to Tina 2, but I don't know if... Is there anyone else on that we know in the community or anything? Doesn't look like it. Okay, whatever. I'll just send you to someone random. Jovan Bradley? Is that a thing? Let me see here. Jovan Bradley. Yeah, not many people seem to be on, weirdly enough. At least not on my end. Jovan Bradley. Okay. You know what? Let's do that. He has the free Palestine shit going. We can do Jovan Bradley.
Have class specifically in this country if it wasn't for white supremacy.
Okay, we'll do that. So we'll do Jovan Bradley. So I'm going to send you guys to Jovan Bradley. He has a, if it works, because sometimes they don't let raids come in, guys. He debates. Okay. Joven. Oops, I did that wrong. Raid. Joven _ Bradley. Bradley. Okay, everyone ready? Let's see if it works. He might not allow raids. Yes, he is. He's allowing a raid. Excellent. So, guys, I will see you all later. Have a good night. Thank you, everyone who donated. Really, I deeply appreciate it. He's one of those people that actually reads policy papers. That's cool, Sylvie. I don't. At least most of the time I don't. Okay, so go ahead and guys and do it. You have a good rest of your day. Love you all very much. Peace out, folks. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Everyone done who wants to raid? Okay, raid beginning now. All right, bye-bye, guys.